And I'm joined here, let me just continue as we record. I'm joined here with my lovely co-chairs, Lotta and Heaven, as you can see at the top of the screen with me here today. We have a wonderful series of events planned for you. We have also plans to introduce our lovely organizing team without whom this would not be possible. So we're very excited for you to get to know them. They're the ones with the lovely skies, but that says like organizing committee right here, if you can see that. We have also taken the initiative to change our names to our name with our pronouns, just so it makes it easier for us to refer to each other. If you can also do that, that'd be lovely. Those are just the few reminders that I can think of before I get started with just introducing a bit more of our plans today. And I'll let Lotta and Heaven kind of add to that as they speak as well. Otherwise, we have a wonderful series of events planned for you. We're so excited to discuss our organizational structure as we do with any General Assembly, but as we discussed more, we also wanted to discuss, any other topic related to gender equity, including research, mentorship, advocacy. Those are at the core of our organization, as well as diversity throughout this upcoming 2 half days. So very excited for the discussions. And as we kind of thought about this introduction, we also wanted to give you an overview of how the initiative began. So we started that on the same page, and we wanted to introduce ourselves and our wonderful team, as I said. So quite excited about that. Whether this is the first GEIGS session that you are attending or you have been with us since the beginning, we're really excited to have you, and we want to ensure that we start on the same page as well. So I'll let Lotta kind of carry some of our brief summary to date, but the gist of GEIGS actually began in 2018. So we are a really young organization. We began with founders Eliana, as you can see right here, who's the host of the session. So thank you, Eliana, for remaining with us for 2 years now. And she was joined by Dr. Jackie Corley, Dom Vervroot, Adelina Maziki, and Kate Wall at PGSSC, or the Program in Global Surgery and Social Change in Boston. They were then researchers, and they founded this organization, and it has grown as a sister organization to PGSSC since then. Our recent research into this actually showed that we've grown around 6-fold since when we started. So 6-fold growth in membership and leadership makes us really proud, and that's all because of you all. So thank you so much for that. And as I said, the organization consists of 3 pillars. So there's our research, mentorship, and advocacy pillars, but at the core of it, as I also kind of mentioned among the events that'll occur, is diversity, equity, and justice. And this guides all of the work that we do, and we want to make sure that we discuss that throughout these sessions here today and on the 20th. In addition to our councils, you will meet our regional liaisons here or throughout the year. And these are people who spearhead our regional initiatives and outreach, and they're so important to our organization. So very excited for you to meet your regional liaison, but also any other regional liaison that that leads any other initiatives, because they are the core of our organization. We're so excited to have them too in the discussion. I'll pass the mic to Lotta and let her explain a bit more of our background, but if you have any questions throughout the day, feel free to send it to us. Tweet at us if you want. Right.
Thank you so much, Nancy. I love the positivity. I also feel so excited for this General Assembly and that this day is finally here. So, as Nancy just mentioned, we are a very young organization, and since we started 2 years ago, we have continuously reiterated our mission and our goals. And our current mission is threefold. It is all centered around promoting gender equity in the surgery, obstetrics, and anesthesia workforce worldwide through research, advocacy, and mentorship. And we have broken down this into 3 goals, which is 1, to inform the surgical community and the public on gender disparities in surgical fields through research. 2, to advocate for gender equity in surgical fields. And 3, to empower surgeons, trainees, and medical students of underrepresented genders worldwide through international collaboration and mentorship. So of note, our visions this year have really centered around the expansion and diversification of our own team and the development of long-lasting partnerships, which have led us to this point, which is so exciting, that we're actually hosting our first General Assembly. And our visions this year has also focused on research, advocacy, and mentorship that specifically relate to the intersectionality of gender and race, and on efforts to promote and discuss gender inclusion in our organization as well as in the surgical workforce. So also looking beyond the gender binary. And this is something we're going to be speaking more during this General Assembly. If we want to put this into the larger context of global surgery, as of 2015, there were only 3 female surgeons for every 1 million people in low-income countries. The numbers for other genders outside the cisgender binary are unknown, but likely these genders are even further underrepresented. Gender equity is fundamentally also a matter of justice, but it's also an indispensable means to achieve the Global Surgery 2030 goals for the provision of surgical care to all those in need, as outlined, as I think most people here are familiar with in the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery. We believe in dismantling the long-standing structure of patriarchy in surgical fields and amplifying the voices of cisgender women and individuals in the transgender umbrella, including binary, trans men and women, and other gender identities outside the gender binary, including non-binary, agender, gender fluid, and genderqueer folks. So with that in mind, I want to hand over to Heaven, who's going to tackle some of the more logistical items for today and for the second day of the GA, which is coming up next weekend. So over to you, Heather.
Thank you very much. So we hope that this introduction gave you a glimpse of our tone and vision to the General Assembly. Although we set out to organize this event in a traditional focus of a General Assembly, which is to discuss our initiatives, our operations with our general membership, our discussion led us to focus our event around capacity building for general members and steering committee around the future of gender equity in global surgery and efforts for diversity, equity, and justice. Without further ado, we'd love to introduce our marvelous organizational team behind the General Assembly. These are 2 champions of this event and have become our dear friends to us. So let us meet Letitia, Natalie, Michelina, Kiboy, Habab, Zainab, Ayla, Drumhill, Manur, Adil, and Noor. These are amazing people, so thank you very much. So you can find one of us in all of the breakout sessions or main rooms of the conference. And please feel free to message us or with any questions or comments throughout the event. To get a couple of administrative things out of the way, we'll be streaming the same Zoom links throughout today, and we'll receive another Zoom link for the next week's session. If anytime you get disconnected, please join us through the same link. And most of our large group sessions will be conducted in this main room. However, a lot of our sessions also have small group components using breakout rooms. So for you to easily navigate between breakout rooms at your own will, as if you are walking between conference rooms, you must have the most recent version of Zoom. So if you're unsure, please log off now and update it before rejoining. This is very imperative to the success of our sessions today. And you can find all the plan for the day, including the survival guide, the code of conduct of the participants at the link. I think Nancy shared it earlier, but we can send it again. It's in our website at the under the General Assembly resources section. And if you're going to be posting on social media, please tag us at GenderXSearch. We'll also post the link on Twitter, Instagram, and also post it in our general members Facebook group. And also, please use the hashtag GEIGSGA 2020, all caps. And please make sure to join our WhatsApp group for the General Assembly, where you can write any questions, comments, or even small discussions about the sessions. And finally, to commemorate this moment, we'd love to take a screenshot of all of us to put on social media as our first GA crowd. So if you'd love to be part of this picture, please turn on your camera now and smile. Thank you very much.
Wait, who's taking the photo? Heaven, are you taking the photo?
I can. Okay, I can take it, but maybe somebody else can also take it with me. Okay.
I'll take it with you.
Okay.
Oh, smile, everyone. Yay, so many beautiful smiles. Great.
Yeah, it's 2 pages, so I'm taking another one as well.
Okay, photo shoot is continuing.
Okay. Smile again. Okay. Thank you very much. We can start.
Thanks, everyone. Before we move on, did our organizational team or logistics team have any comments that we missed? Hopefully not. So, okay. I think we can pass the next 4 minutes as a bit of a break, and then we can get started with our next session then, which will be our panel of founders and junior advisors. So very, very excited, but feel free to take these 4 minutes and whenever we have buffer time as your scheduled bio break for washroom or anything, or have a little coffee because it is quite early in the EST zone for me. So I will do that. I wish we had a little in between song, Eliana. That would be so nice that we can like kind of just play. Anyway.
Some break time dancing.
Yeah, break time
I know
dancing.
you can moderate that, Eliana.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
So who's going to share their screen? Maybe we can pull up the presentation in the meanwhile.
I think probably not me because I'll be a panelist. So maybe Drumel, either you or Manor, could you share the screen for the junior advisor session?
Thank you, Lenore. For anyone who knows me, I love to get feedback, and so if anyone wants to message us feedback, feel free to do it to any of the organizing committee that you see. But we also have our final feedback survey that we'll send out to you at the end of the 2 days. So that'll also be out there. Watch out for that. Let me make sure that Manor can share a screen. Oh, I'll make you a co-host. Oh, here's me trying to coup the top. Eliana, could you make Manor co-host?
Okay, so I think we can start in a couple of minutes. Right. Yeah, so thank you everyone for joining us today. This is the panel with the co-founders and junior advisors of GEIGS. And we have, next slide, please. Oh yeah, okay, sure. Am I audible now? Okay, perfect. So Manu, if you could switch on to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so for this session, the objective is to get to know more about the co-founders, which are now the junior advisors of GEIGS, and hear about how GEIGS started. So before we start, a few guidelines. That first one, please change your name uh, and add your pronouns here. That is, for example, Drumil Patil, which is me, and in bracket, he, him. And if you have any questions, please feel free to type them out in the chat. And please make sure to have reviewed the code of conduct. I'm sure like you might be having the code of conduct with yourself now. And if not, I'll link it up in the chat as well. So let's be respectful to each other and let's have a nice time. Next slide, please. So we are your moderators for this panel. I'm Drumil. I'm a final year medical student here in India, and I joined GEIGS some time ago. And this is Manur. Manur, you could go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Mahnur. I am a medical graduate, and right now I'm working as a research associate in global surgery in Karachi, Pakistan. Yeah, go on from there.
Awesome. Yeah. So next slide, please. Here are our speakers. These are the co-founders of GEIGS, and I would open the floor for your introduction. We could go in the following order. Jackie, feel free to introduce yourself.
Is Jackie here yet? Let me see. Can anyone see Jackie's name on the participants list? Let me text her if she's not.
Let me check.
No, Eliana, but we can get started with Dom, who's
we can go ahead and we can start with Kate. Kate, could you unmute yourself and introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here today. Looking at Eliana. My name is Kate Wall. I am one of the junior advisors, and right now I am studying public policy. So really happy again to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Awesome. How about Dominique? Would you want to go next?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Also a great pleasure to be here. My name is Dominique, or feel free to call me Dom. Together with Ileana, Jackie, Kate, and Adelina, obviously, I had the pleasure to spend the time in Boston during the 2018-2019 year, which was kind of also what spun off to become the foundation of GEIGS. And so it's a great pleasure to be here and see so many people of you all here and working hard to make this year a great success. I am currently in Belgium physically because I'm originally from Belgium, but I'm an MPH MBA student at Hopkins, so I'm kind of also in the Zoom online classes limbo as many of you are right now. But I'm very excited for this day and next week as well for the next 2 days of the GA.
Okay, thank you for that. And lastly, Eliana, could you go next?
Hi, everyone. My name is Eliana. I'm between my first and second year of medical school at University of California, San Francisco. Currently taking a year off to take care of my mental health. And yeah, so I co-founded GEIGS with Dominique, Kate, Adelina, and Jackie, I guess like the first month of 2019. It's been almost 2 years now. And yeah, I was working as like a research assistant, I guess, and Kate was there running the whole program. And Dom was there as the research associate, and Jackie was there as a fellow, and Adelina was also there as a research associate. And that's how we all met and started GEIGS together.
Thank you for that. It's so good to see you prioritizing your mental health. I think we need to do more of that. Could you switch to the next slide? So coming to about GEIGS, and let's hear more about the journey of GEIGS. So I would ask this to the panel that where and when exactly did the GEIGS was conceptualized and how did it all come along?
Okay, I guess I can talk a little about that. How did it like first start? How did it conceptualize? Um,
Yes.
so I think it's like gender equity is a topic that was kind of on all of us's minds. I think it's pretty obvious once you navigate the spaces of surgery, surgical fields, that gender disparities are pretty apparent. For me personally, I had some personal incidences where I was like mistreated, or I saw someone being mistreated in surgical fields, and there was like nothing really done about it. Like kind of like an abusive culture was pretty accepted as the norm. And so I had some like very, very negative personal experiences. And when I came to the PGSSC, I had like already had that experience. And I mean, I was like really close with Kate, Adelina, and Dom, and as well as Jackie. And Jackie was almost kind of like a mentor to me, because we worked on a lot of global neurosurgery projects together, and also a good friend. And I think like when I first like I don't know. I think it was also like it started by like me having an emotional reaction to like something that I like saw or like experienced. And then I got really angry, and that I think I was like either talking to Kate about it, or like I called Jackie too, about like how terrible the surgical culture is, how terrible, you know, gender disparities are in surgical fields. And then I think like once I talked to Jackie, like we had like a more of a conceptualized idea of like starting an initiative together. And then I think I was in the office with Adelina and Kate, um, talking about this idea, and they were like, oh my gosh, like that's amazing. And then we also called Dom, because we cannot leave Dom out in anything. And was like, Dom, can you please join this initiative? And then we like all started brainstorming together and got the initiative like off the ground. Yeah, but I would love to hear other versions of this story. Dom and Kate.
I was going to say, I think you captured it really well. I think a lot of it just came from sort of the conversations that all of us have with each other all the time. And it just sort of felt like with Eliana and Jackie, and like Eliana's drive really to make something happen, we were in a place again to kind of take action on it. So yeah, I really just like it felt kind of like right place, right time, right people in a way. And I think that was really fortunate. And then of course we have Dom's, superpower to kind of help drive us. Yeah, so I think Eliana really captured it.
Yeah, I agree as well. Obviously, all of us came in the program. We met in the summer of 2018 in Boston, and so all of us came in the program with kind of various backgrounds, both within kind of the field of global surgery, but also having worked on kind of different aspects of gender equity within our own kind of spheres, or with our own colleagues, etc. And so, kind of coming within the program and seeing the different perspectives and different experience that everybody had in their own institutions before, but also what we were observing at the time within global surgery, as well as with the academic surgical community, and in terms of the interest at meetings and literature and so forth, and the growing attention, growing momentum that was there. It really kind of all, as Kate mentioned, it was really the right time, the right place. For a group to start an initiative like that. And luckily, I mean, obviously we were lucky to come into the program all at the same year and meet each other, but we were also very lucky with a lot of the people who were supportive of the initiative at the start, but also moving forward. And I think all of that really kind of kind of came to fruition and blossomed as GEIGS in the first year, but on especially kind of seeing how big it is now, and obviously how much is going to grow in the next few years as well.
Okay, I think that was wonderful. And touching upon what you said, Dom, that it has grown a lot and quite faster. So, what do you think are a few of the factors that why did it grow so fast, and why is there a real need for gender equity in global surgery? I know it's not even it's a non-question, but just so that we start the discussion about gender equity in global surgery.
Yeah, just to kind of jump in first to give my perspective, I think it's very similar to very early on when kind of the field of global surgery was really coming about. A lot of people were thinking about, okay, what does surgery have to do within global health? People weren't really thinking about it before. Then not much later, the issue came about, okay, what can trainees do? What can students do? What can residents do? Not being able to operate independently, what can they do to actually move the field? What can non-surgical providers or non-medical individuals do to advance the field? And so a lot of these issues kind of came up within the field where people initially thought, okay, well, should we be having this conversation? What can change, etc. But as a few individuals or small groups actually started such momentums or started such initiatives, it was quickly seen that a lot of people saw, okay, well, there maybe is a space for that right now, right there. And there's something going on that we can join, and it's obviously something that we have been experiencing to the same extent, or it's obviously the same passion that we have, and it seems that there is support not just by our own community, but also people outside of that community, whichever kind of cause we're speaking about, or in this cause, obviously about gender equity, or specifically then in global surgery. And I think that's been, at least from my perception, I think that's been very important for a lot of these causes to see that there's actually kind of a space for it, and that there are individuals who are not just driving a certain field, both at kind of the small scale grassroots level, but also at the higher up level in terms of individuals in leadership, but also specifically with regards to the latter, that there are mentors, that there are sponsors, that there are advocates, kind of all around who are actually rooting for these initiatives. And I think that's very empowering for people who want to join initiatives such as GEIGS to actually see, okay, we're not just doing this as a couple of friends, but we're doing this because everybody's actually rooting for us, and there's actually kind of the right time to make a change with whatever the work that is that we will be doing.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. Would anyone want to add something to that?
Sure. Yeah. I think like the reason you asked, the reason why it was able to grow so fast, I think it's because like honestly, yeah, like as Dom mentioned, it's just something that everyone knew was happening. Like gender disparities are so blatant in surgery, and it's not right. It's not just. So it's something that was on everyone's minds, but also I think for a lot of people, especially women in surgery, it was just, you know, something that they have personally experienced, and just emotions that have been built, you know, and yeah, just like mistreatments and discrimination that they have faced over so many years and decades for some women neurosurgeons, and I think and in across the globe as well. So I think when this initiative was started, and Harvard PGSSC has such a big platform, you know, on Twitter, on social media, and just in the global surgery community. And so when they just saw this, I think people from like all over the world, especially women in surgery, was, you know, trying to find community of people with shared experiences, and wanted to find a community where they could stand in solidarity with each other. And I think that's what we wanted to provide, a platform for us, for basically a global network, a global community of underrepresented genders as well as allies to come together and, you know, fight for this issue together. And yeah, I think that like shared sense of community is probably what made us grow so fast. But I will say that the initiative has grown so much more this year, like with under Nancy Lata and Heaven's leadership. And so I think like, you know, their leadership and the leadership of the new GEIGS team of like, we have about like 30 plus members right now in the leadership team. Their, you know, efforts, especially like the advocacy team's efforts, I think was probably, you know, made the initiative grow so much more this year. I think, as Nancy mentioned, we experienced a growth of like 500%, something crazy like that. So yeah, thanks to the current leadership team, honestly.
Yeah, thank you for that amazing description. I think it is really important, and the way it has grown is completely mind-boggling. Do you like, Kate, do you want to add on to what Dom and Eliana said?
Yeah, I'll just echo a lot of what they've said. They've covered it really well. I think, you know, at the start, while I was still around, I think it felt like not even like we were creating a space. It was just sort of like there all of a sudden was this space for folks who had been dealing with these issues, you know, for years, or they had just entered the field, and you know, it was a space to feel validated, and that, you know, the things that were happening to you were happening to other people, and you know, and then to kind of have a community behind you to kind of build you up and back you when these things were happening and show you, you know, what they did. I think that was one of the things that I think made it so powerful and made it grow, because it was giving people this space to connect with each other in ways that maybe they hadn't been able to before, or maybe they hadn't been able to at their own institutions. And again, I think also, you know, props to the new folks, the new leaders, you know, the incredible work they've done. As Ileana said, it's just like immensely impressive how they've grown this year.
Okay, so I think next question would be, what are the issues you want to focus on gender equity in global surgery? The issues which you think should be focused on, and what does gender equity mean to you personally outside of this space?
I'll go first for this one because I came up with the question. um, okay. Thanks, Drumel, for the great question. What are the issues that I want to focus on gender equity in global surgery? So personally, this is very personal. And like, I think I want to focus on like centering gender equity issues in global surgery, not just on women, like cisgender women, also, you know, highlighting the voices of like all underrepresented genders and all oppressed genders in surgery and in medicine at large. You know, basically individuals in the transgender umbrella, as well as gender non-conforming, gender non-binary folks. I think the conversation around, I think only advocating for all genders, including those minoritized genders, as well as cis women, would consist like the full picture of gender equity in global surgery. And I think this conversation is growing, especially in the context of the US. But I do feel like it is a very controversial topic in certain countries and in certain parts of the world. So I feel like, yeah, so I'm interested in tackling this issue of, you know, gender inclusivity, but also like being culturally sensitive. That's definitely one thing that I am trying to focus more of my time on. And I'm also interested in focusing on like addressing intersecting identities in gender equity. So I've been really interested personally in like gender equity and disability, the intersection of that. Oh no, did something happen? Okay.
Screen sharing, you're good. Go ahead.
yeah, so I'm interested in like intersecting identities in surgery. So like race and gender intersectionality is probably extremely important. I mean, is extremely important right now, especially. Um, and like as a like an Asian woman, it's like personally a really important topic to me. So gender, race, intersectionality, as well as like disability and gender are as like intersecting topics are some of the topics that I want to address in gender equity that I think not too many people talk about yet. What about you, Kate and Dom?
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into this as a bit of an outsider in this space, not a medical professional and probably never will be. Um, but thinking about, I guess, maybe what it means to me in sort of my own life and career, I think what has really struck me so much about, being a part of this group and, working at the PGSSE is that it felt like constantly we were just being flooded with folks who had so much talent and ambition. And being able to be in a pretty privileged place at the PGSSC, we were able to kind of have these connections and these mentors and be able to sort of folks who believed in us, and were giving us sort of the platform and the opportunity to do something with our ideas and our ambitions. So I think for me, I would love to kind of see that similar ambition not go to waste with all these folks here today, and with the folks who are interested in these types of issues. So yeah, I think to me that's sort of what I would love to see more of, sort of this focus on mentorship and just kind of bringing people up along with you.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, obviously I very much agree with Ileana and Kate. I think one of the things that I also want to kind of bring in is more kind of the top-down perspective. When I was at the PGSSC, and obviously the years after, also from a personal interest, but specifically when I was at the PGSSC, I was working more on the health policy side of global surgery. So I was working mostly in Pakistan with at the time there, and still is, the global surgery champion is Dr. Lubna Samad. And so she's been really driving the work in Pakistan on the ground, but also with pediatric surgery all around the world. And this, obviously, she has been very instrumental in Pakistan in terms of driving the national surgical obstetric and anesthesia planning process there, as if some other individuals around the world. But a lot of these initiatives, if we're talking about NSOPs, if we're talking about health policy broadly at the WHO or at the UN, or now even with the COVID-19 pandemic, we see that a lot of these decisions are obviously very skewed in terms of who makes up these task forces, who are these decision makers, who are the people at the table who are actually determining which policies are being written, which policies are being implemented, and what constitutes these policies. And so obviously, if you're going to have a bit of a biased or a largely biased group of decision makers or policy makers who are setting these policies, there's also going to be bias at the point of implementation. And so I've been very lucky to learn from individuals such as Dr. Samad in Pakistan, but also seeing how kind of that perspective at the health policy level and at the higher level in terms of ministries of health, in terms of international organizations, is still very much skewed and still very much under addressed in terms of who are actually the ones who are driving that change from a broader picture from the policy side. I'm hoping that broader than just global health, which is currently a big movement in global health in terms of who's setting the COVID-19 pandemic policies, et cetera, on the national level, international level, but we also see that extending to the field of global surgery and just academic surgery as a whole, so that not just from the grassroots level, but also kind of from the top-down perspective, things are actually becoming more balanced, more equitable, as opposed to kind of what the current status quo is.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. I think the next question should be, and even I'm sure everyone in this, the participants would love to know about this, that what are the next steps in your career and how do you plan to incorporate gender equity in your career?
I can kick us off. So I am in my second and final year of a master in public policy. So, where I go next, I'm not really sure. But I think, how I carry gender equity forward is just to continue existing in communities like this, and keep building these types of connections. I think, that's the least of what I can do. But I think that's still like, it's a really important part of it. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'll go after this, but I really just hope that, whatever I do, I can keep bringing people along with me. I think that I've been really fortunate in sort of my career and my education so far to have people who, people like Jackie, even like Eliana and Dom, who kind of also want to work with me and want to bring me alongside on the things they do. So I just hope that I can continue doing that wherever I go next.
I think Eliana, you could go next.
Sorry, I'm almost out of charge. Sorry, I just got my charger. I mean, like, where do I want to go next with gender equity? I feel like that's a really big question, because I feel like most of my drive in medicine comes from gender equity. So I feel like for a lot of people, this might be like a side project to address like gender equity issues in medicine or in surgery, along with their like other main, profession as like a surgeon or a health professional or whatever, or like their actual like basic science research or something. But for me, like, this is the main kind of like research that I want to work on. Yeah, and like it's I mean, I guess it's kind of like social sciences and sociology, but I'm definitely interested in incorporating gender equity as a main part of my medical career, if I continue medicine. And yeah, I just think that it just really blows my mind sometimes how medical care providers, like, the institution of medicine is like supposed to take care of people, and, make these patients feel better, make our population like, feel better and be well and healthy. But at the same time, like, we don't have our house in order at all. There are so many oppressive structures in medicine, especially in surgery. And it's just, to me, it's still a very exclusive group of people, mostly cisgender white men. And the institution is so ableist that sometimes it just blows my mind, how we think that we are equipped to serve the public. So I definitely want to focus my career on exploring more of these topics, and also eliciting positive change towards inclusion and justice and diversity and equity within the field. I hope that answered the question. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does. Lastly, if Dominic, you would want to add to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of for myself. So for those who do not know, I'm currently kind of in the midst between medical school and residency. So I'm currently during my kind of academic research year, however you want to see it. But I'm an aspiring cardiac surgeon, and unfortunately, cardiac surgery, such as many other surgical specialties, has a large imbalance in terms of workforce, specifically from kind of a gender perspective. Less than 6% of CT surgeons in the US are female. Around the world, there's no numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's even worse. And so kind of entering a field or hopefully entering a field in the future where such imbalances are taking place is obviously very shocking, very striking. And so I'm hoping to kind of extend the work that I've been doing with Incision before, but also with GEIGS before, kind of from both an equity perspective at the trainee level, in terms of LMIC, HIC inclusion, but also from kind of a gender equity inclusion in cardiac surgery. And luckily, the field of CT surgery has been having a lot of champions at the higher level in terms of both male and female surgeons, at the level of societies, at the level of individual institutions who've been very vocal about these issues. And so I'm very hopeful that that will change. At least the trends in terms of residents has been changing over the past 2 years, and I'm hoping that that can continue to become really balanced in terms of how we're seeing it at the level of medical school these days as well. But there's still a long way to go in the field of CT surgery, specifically kind of CT surgery within global surgery around the world. And so as I kind of move more towards the clinical portion of my career, I'm hoping to also take that with me and take the experiences that I've gained from speaking to all of you and speaking to everybody outside of this call that has been involved with GEIGS and supporting the work, and kind of translate that to the narrative of contemporary CT surgery.
So now I think we could take questions from the audience, and if Manoj would want to go ahead and ask the questions.
So we have a question for Dom regarding his work in Pakistan. And can you touch a bit more on who you have worked with and regarding your details about your work?
Yeah, sure. I'll kind of keep it brief simply because it's not gender equity related work, and so it might be a bit off topic in terms of this call. But feel free to kind of reach out to me on whichever social media platform. I'm sure you can find me somewhere. But I was working in Pakistan during the year at the PGSSC with Dr. Lubna Samad on National Surgical Obstetric and Anesthesia Planning, and that's basically a health policy plan that tries to improve access to surgical care in a country, that's driven by the Ministry of Health, supported by local champions such as in Pakistan being Dr. Samad. And so basically the main idea was to kind of assess where is a country in terms of access to care, what are the barriers, what are the gaps in terms of where they can go and should be going in terms of number of providers, number of procedures, and so forth. And then in collaboration with different stakeholders, both from the grassroots perspective as providers, as patients, et cetera, to the policymakers, people at the Ministries of Health, Finance, and so forth, trying to address a long-term and create a long-term plan to address those issues. And so that's kind of what I did during that year, but it's a longitudinal project. And so it's still going on, and a lot of other individuals are now working on that. But yeah, that's kind of in a nutshell.
Yeah. So I have been working with Dr. Lubna Samad as her research associate these days, and she is the absolute best as a mentor. I can count on her. So next question we have from the panelists, like, what do you guys believe are the areas that the GEIGS can grow more in the following years? So who wants to go on first? Liana, if you can, and then Kate, maybe.
What are the next steps for gender equity to grow more in the following, that one?
Yeah. Yeah. What are the areas that the GEIGS can grow more in the following years?
Yeah. I think we can definitely grow more in terms of, like, I mean, these are also topics that will be covered in this conference, because these are the topics that questions that we have been thinking about as an organization. And I've been discussing this a lot with Nancy, Lotta, and Heaven, and the rest of the team. But I think, yeah, like, I think I've also mentioned this before, but kind of approaching gender equity with like the intersectionality lens, and especially addressing like gender race intersectionality, I think would be really important. Also, because we are, a global surgery organization, and so many of our members are from everywhere. Yeah, I think engaging like these centering the discussion like away from like I guess what we call the global north, and centering that on the global south, I think would be things that we need to focus more on. We did start doing that a little bit this year because this year with Lata and Heaven and Nancy's leadership, we developed something called regional liaisons. So we now have like, I guess like regional, like I guess you would say like branches of GEIGS to empower like more like, I guess, local participation and to have more of a global presence away from like, you know, Europe, North America. But this is definitely something that has been pretty challenging. And ensuring that, you know, the power dynamics are equal and that there's like equity in all the work that we do has been pretty challenging. It's definitely something that we are spending a lot of our energy on. Yeah, ensuring equity. Kate, it's your turn.
Yeah, again, I think what I was going to say was probably going to follow Eliana, and that I'm really excited to sort of see how the Diversity, Equity, Justice Task Force, kind of what they do in the coming year. I think it'll be, again, really interesting and exciting to see sort of how intersectionality is incorporated into the work going forward. I think like all of us on this call agree and know that it's really necessary and important work. So yeah, I mean, I think the leadership now is doing, again, such incredible things that I really am only excited to see where they carry this next.
Perfect. So we are a little short in time, so we have 4 minutes. We'll just quickly try to cover up all the questions. The next question we have is that, have you guys learned about how to approach the gender equity in surgery in different regions? And are there any differences in how gender equity in surgery should be approached according to different regions?
I'll quickly touch on this a little bit because we've had prior experiences within the org. Yes, absolutely. The answer is like, absolutely, we have to approach gender equity in surgery differently because every culture like is different. Like I'm from South Korea, and you know, like the discussion that I have with my parents in terms of gender equity or like, you know, with my friends there is totally, completely different at a different level than the types of discussions I could have here. And yeah, and I think it's really important to be culturally sensitive in that regard. And this has come up multiple times within the org. Because not only are countries, you know, many different countries different in like where they are in terms of like gender equity, but also like we've had, like as an example, we've had issues regarding gender inclusivity, and actually would love, you know, people's feedback on this, like members' feedback on this, but some of these topics that we talk about so much within the context of the US, especially like about LGBTQ inclusion, to promote gender inclusivity and, you know, focusing the discussions on like transgender people, everyone that fall under transgender umbrella, like agender people, gender queer folks, gender non-conforming folks. That discussion, like that would not fly in Korea at all. Like you just couldn't have a discussion like that. Like culturally, like you would have so much backlash, and like that would put, you know, some people in danger for talking about things like that. So like that's just an example, a blatant example of like how gender equity is so different across different contexts. It's a difficult topic, and I feel like the more involvement that we have like with our individual members, like the more we would know better how to address these topics. Yeah, sorry, I talked a little longer than I expected. But.
Yeah, thank you so much for answering the question. And thank you so much, Kate, Dom, and Ileana for co-founding and this amazing organization, which is doing so much work for the gender equity. I think we are almost done with the time. We'll be moving into our next session. So thank you so much to everyone who joined, and thank you so much to all of you guys on the panel for coming and talking about it. Right. So I'll ask Lotte or Nancy to take the floor and move into the next session.
Sure, absolutely. Oh, thank you, Manor. This was a lovely session. I was just tweeting about how proud I am to just see all these questions and how proud that like the chairs are in our separate WhatsApp conversation of just like filling these really big shoes that the founders have left us. So we just wanted to thank you again for being here and telling us all your experiences and about your considerations and for all the questions. So if any question isn't answered, I'll try to keep them down, note them down so that we can try to get to them or maybe tweet about them later so that we can kind of just keep the conversation going. I don't want to take too much time. I just want to introduce Zineb and Kivoy, who will be leading our organizational half to 40-minute hour. So we used to call it half-hour, organizational half-hour, but it has become 40 minutes because we want to discuss it more. So Zineb and Kivoy, if you could start screen sharing, we can give 1 minute for participants to collect ourselves. We ran just a bit behind. So if you need a bio break, we'll be introducing the session for the first 5 minutes. So feel free to do that, turn off your camera, go get your bio break and then come back. And I'll let Zineb or Kivoy share their screens if they can. If you can't, let me know also.
Kivoy, I think you're on mute. Do you need to be made co-host?
Yes, you can go ahead and make me a co-host so I can share the screen now.
So I think Eliana is the one with the power. Oh, perfect.
Is Zineb co-host yet? Let me.
And I love that people are continuously sending questions in the chat. So I think we can keep that conversation going, like Nancy was saying, on Twitter or in the chat here or in our GEIGS GA participants WhatsApp group. So if somebody who's here is not already on that WhatsApp group, let us know, and we can also send that link here in the chat.
Are you guys able to see my screen as yet?
Yes, perfect.
Are you guys able to hear me?
We are, yes. Perfect.
Great. Sorry, I've been having a little bit of trouble with IT, but here we are. You don't need the photos on the slide because you have our lovely faces. So yeah, let us know when we can start.
Let's give everybody a minute to rejoin if people want to get coffee. But yeah, maybe we can just talk super briefly about the intention of this session. Nancy, do you want to give it a go?
Absolutely. Sorry, I was trying to finish my tweet as I am grandma on Twitter. I apologize, everyone. So the session we're most excited about is this one. Actually, this one framed the GEIGS GA. So we're really excited that Zineb and Kivoy took the reins and kind of made it into a session itself and made it into something that we had envisioned. So thank you both. The way that we designed the GA was we wanted to discuss the bylaws and we wanted to discuss our organizational structure as we go forward because we're a really young organization that is growing at a speed that we're frankly scared of. So it's just me, it's no one else is scared of this, but I will say the discussion today will be, Lotte and I will be excited to take notes on and really frame the next kind of revision of our bylaws on. So the discussion will come from Zineb and Kivoy on different parts of our bylaws that you can access through the survival kit as well. And if you choose to review them during this session, that's perfect. We will send out a survey to also kind of get your perspectives on it. And I think Zineb and Kivoy will explain this, but the intent of the session is for us to discuss it and really digest what the organizational structure is and how we can move forward in a constructive way with our general members' guidance. I might have taken too long, but it is 9:05, so I will end the bio break for everyone. You guys can get started if you wanted.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy.
No, thank you.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we're starting with the organizational session, and this is moderated by myself and Dr. Zineb Bentunzi. Okay, wait, I'm trying to get my slide to shift.
We can see the slide. That's
can,
good.
You can
We
see it?
can. Yes. Is it?
No.
Can you move?
That's what I'm
From
trying
slide
to
to slide?
do.
Okay. So while Kivoy is doing that, thank you, Nancy, for explaining the aim of the session. It actually was in the planning, so you just gave us an extra 3 minutes. And we will also be sending a link to a Google form where all of you guys can give us suggestion of bylaw changes after this session, and the form will stay open until the chairs feel that we have received enough feedback. So we will be sharing the link to the form on the chat after the session. Kivoy, would you like to introduce? Oh, we introduced ourselves already, actually.
Yes, we
So
did.
we want to, we did. Just zoom in a little bit on the vision and mission of GEIGS. So you've heard the introduction of how the organization was started, but just to formally know the big goal of the organization, I would like to ask either Lotta or Nancy to read out if you have it in front of you or
So I can get started maybe. Oh, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, perfect. So I know we talked about this previously, but as mentioned, we do have a big aim, an overarching aim for our organization, which is to address gender disparities in the surgery, obstetrics, and anesthesia workforce worldwide through research, advocacy, and mentorship to achieve worldwide gender equity in surgery by 2030. So this is kind of linking to the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery, which has set goals for 2030. And we want to make sure that in parallel to that, we do address the gender disparities in the surgical field.
Any one of our chairs want to give any more input with regards to our vision and mission at this point in time?
Thank you. So here we go. Yes. And the organization, every organization has a vision and mission. That's part of the game. That's the basis of how you build an organization. And the next step is to write bylaws, which are like the rules of the game and how we're gonna do the vision and mission, how we're gonna implement them. So GEIGS has bylaws that you can find on the survival kit. And we just selected a few of them to be able to discuss them with you and raise awareness of their existence. Next, please, Kivoy. So the first bylaw that we wanted to raise with you is the membership bylaw. So that's how a bylaw is written in general. You have a title, and then so the title is membership, and it's the number 8 bylaw, and then you break it down to 8.1.1, 8.1.2, 8.2, etc. So here, members are defined as people who have registered with the organization and who engage in the work of the organization. And then, so there are duties and kind of gifts that you get from the organization. So your duties are that you have to engage with it, and what you receive is that you're given opportunities for input on organizational changes, and you have voting rights during the General Assembly. You can also apply for positions in the steering committee or any of the councils. So if you're a good member, you can get to the leadership. Basically, that's what it says. Next, please. Then we have about so the leadership. What does it look like? So it says that the organization is governed by a steering committee of 16 people, and these 16 people consist of 3 chairs, 4 co-leads, 3 co-leads of advocacy, etc., etc., and it is elected for the term of 1 year. And this is all displayed in a nice graph on the next slide. So this is how it works, and you see that in this organization there is kind of course, there are the top advisory board, and so that's often the case in charities. It's not like a corporate where the CEO gets to decide everything, and actually even the CEO has people to keep them in check. But you have kind of a flattened hierarchy after the chairs, where you have several councils that work together, and each council is linked with at least one other council. So it's really a good organization in the sense of it is very collaborative. Next slide, please. Here we try to define the General Assembly. And as we said before, every member has 1 vote at the General Assembly. And here we flagged a couple of things that, because as it is a new organization, the bylaws have been written, but they have not had time to be. So there are a couple of discrepancies, and one of the points of today is to let you know about them, and then to hear your suggestion about where you want the organization to go. Because the bylaw 14.3 says that during the General Assembly, all bylaw change proposals should be reviewed and voted upon, and also the election of the new steering committee needs to happen during the General Assembly, or that's my interpretation of that bylaw. But then it contradicts the bylaw number 9.3.2 that speaks about a selection committee that selects the best candidates for the steering committee. So we have bylaws that speak about elections and selection. So there are 2 different processes, and none of them is good or bad, but we just have to choose which one we want for the future of the organization. So that's a first point of feedback for all members listening. You can let us know which one you think should be the future and the way forward. So that's me speaking, and I will let Kivoy do the rest.
Okay, I hope everybody can still hear me clearly. Okay, so we decided to target 3 particular areas of the bylaw to discuss speaking with at this point in time. The areas we're touching on are going to be membership, general membership, the steering committee, general membership, the steering committee, as well as the scope of the General Assembly. So let's start off with the selection of the steering committee as a bylaw change. So our proposed change for this bylaw is as such. Any member who wishes to be chosen or selected to become a chair for the GEIGS must be a member of the current steering committee or a past member of the steering committee. In the event that there are no applicants or candidates for the positions of chairs for the GEIGS, then only then will the call be open to general member of the Gender Equity in Global Search Initiative. This can only be done if 2 separate calls are released and there is no response. So the reason we chose to make an amendment to this bylaw, with regards to the chairs, since the chairs are going to be the primary persons who are leading the organization, I think it would be towards the benefit to have anyone who wishes to become a chair be a current member of the steering committee, which is a part of the executive, or a past member of the steering committee before they decide to apply for the position of chair. The next portion we want to address is any individual who wishes to be chosen or elected to become a council co-lead member of the Diversity, Equity, or Justice Task Force or regional liaison is required to be an active member of the Gender Equity in Global Search Initiative. The next proposed bylaw change with regards to the scope of the General Assembly. So A General Assembly should be convened twice per year. The first should be held in December to choose or elect the incoming chairs for the Gender Equity Initiative in Global Surgery, and the second should be held in August to choose or elect the remainder of the steering committee. So during a General Assembly, all bylaw change proposals should be reviewed and voted upon, and the election of the new steering committee at that point in time. One of the primary reasons why we chose to have one of the a portion of the steering committee elected in the first General Assembly is to allow a smoother transition and allow a period of shadowing between the current and the incoming steering committee, to allow for a smoother transition when things eventually turn over in August. And the final bylaw change that we're proposing at this point in time is with regard to general membership. Any person who has registered with the organization through the membership form and engages through active participation, which is a key area that we're speaking to at this point in time, which is whether it be through research, advocacy efforts, mentorship, or other events, is considered a member. This is the point that we're putting at this right now. The steering committee co-leads, regional liaisons, and the diversity, equity, and justice task force should maintain a tracking sheet or record of the general members who form part of their count to determine their active participation. All general members may attend GEIGS events that is not restricted to the steering committee. All active members should be given opportunities for input on organizational changes, including bylaws, and have voting rights during the General Assembly. All general members are eligible to apply for positions in the steering committee except the position of chair or any of the councils. Sorry. Okay.
So before we open the floor for discussion, I just wanted to highlight again that these are not formal proposals. These are examples to just show you how you yourself can propose an amendment to an existing bylaw. You can either like keep the bylaw as it is and add a sentence. You can rewrite it like we've done in the first one. You can see that there is like a problem and just one part that needs to be erased. So there are several ways in which you can interact with the bylaws. Kevoy, would you please put the slide on the bylaws, like it was 15 before this one? This one, yes, thank you. So this is the section on the bylaws in the bylaws, if that makes sense. So it says, to regulate internal matters, the organization has bylaws. Amendments and changes to the bylaws have to be decided upon by the General Assembly. And also, before we decide upon them, we can suggest them. So a proposal to change the bylaws must be submitted by a steering committee member or by 2 members. So any one of you can suggest a proposal to change the bylaws. And this is actually, by doing that, you are shaping the future of the organization, and you are giving, you're making your voice being heard, and also making the organization stronger, because that's how organizations grow, by improving on their structure. So now I think we said everything we wanted to say, and we want to hear from you guys. Either if you want to unmute yourself if it's possible and speak, or if you want to if there is a something you can write in the chat and we can pick up on it. However, what do you think, guys?
We have some questions that can come in through the chat, so I can read them out to you.
Yeah.
We can discuss, and then for any members, sorry, I turned my video off, but for any members who wanted to also speak it, just raise your hand and we can unmute you. So that's what we're doing for the plenary sessions, but for the breakout sessions, everyone can unmute themselves. So just wanted to highlight that. So we had actually one question, Zainab. Could you expand a little on what the steering committee is about?
Yes. Okay, so the steering committee is like, is basically the leadership of the organization, because the organization has, I think, if I remember correctly, around 200 members, right?
We're at 300 now.
Yeah, we're at 400, reaching 500.
Yay! Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, my numbers are old. Yes. So that's how many members there are in the organization, and obviously we cannot all be making decisions. So we need just a portion of the members to make decisions, and this portion is called steering committee or steering committee, which is just a fancy word to say the same as executive boards or council of chairs. There are so many words. So it is 16 because that's how the organization has been founded. So there are 3 chairs who you've met: Nancy, Lotta, Heaven, and the chairs are the heads of the steering committee. And then we have 4 co-leads of research, so they take care of research, 3 co-leads of advocacy, 3 co-leads of mentorship, 3 co-leads of diversity, equity, and justice task force. Not written here, which, for example, the regional co-leads. I'm serving as the one of the co-leads for Europe, together with Michalina, and each region has 1 or 2 regional liaisons. So that's what the steering committee is.
Can I add on to this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So as you were saying, this is the steering committee. And then in addition, we do have all the regional liaisons and also council members. So members in the Research Council, Advocacy Council, and Mentorship Council. And I think this terminology, I'm not sure why we split it like this, but like you can see in this picture, we call half of it basically the steering committee, and then the full team, the international team. And I think actually the reason for splitting it like this was primarily logistical. We said maybe sometimes it's just useful to have a slightly smaller group if we need to maybe just meet and discuss something. It may be hard to get hold of 40 people, but maybe it'll be easier to get hold of 10 people. And so in reality, when we work on a day-to-day basis, we basically work as the GEIGS international team with all our council members, which is around 5 to 6 members per council, and then our regional liaisons as well included.
Thank you, Lotta. Next question.
Sure. So first of all, there was a suggestion that says, I think it should have an easier name. Very well taken. I definitely agree with that. So that's something that we can definitely change. And then the next one is asking if we could clarify the role of the DEJ task force, which I think is really important as well. So we can jump between, anyone here, but also I can add a bit of my point here. Just unlike the name suggests, a task force seems like, again, these names need to change. But anyways, the task force sounds like it would be one year work for a task to be completed. And then once the task is completed, the task force is disassembled. That is not the intention with this, just because diversity, equity, and justice, we want it to be at the core of our organization and to guide the discussions. And what that means is really every discussion that we have about gender equity in surgery or surgery itself, we want to integrate how we approach it in a diverse fashion and what that means to surgery, how we approach it in an equitable way that also integrates gender equity, but also integrates all the other intersections of it, including the actual term intersectionality, which is defined by the experiences of Black women. And that actually, is a session that we're going to be talking about. And then justice, what does justice mean to us? And all of those come from the task force as a guiding principle for the different councils. But the task force, as the task is really difficult to accomplish in a year or ever, is going to be continuous. And that's why I wanted to jump in a bit. Zineb Kivoy, did you want to add anything else to that in terms of like organizational structure as well?
I think that was clearly said a while ago. No input.
Sorry, I took my little soapbox and like carried it. I'll jump off of it. Any of the co-chairs who want to add to that as well? Because this came out of a discussion, and I think, you know, everyone was thinking about this during the time when Black Lives Matter movement became a really national conversation, almost too late, not almost, too late in the discussion in the US. But I do think it is a timely but still necessary thing for every organization to have, not just in 2020, but in 2000, 1960. But Eliana was kind of the leader at that point when we decided this. So if Eliana, you wanted to jump in also, feel free to do that as we wait for other questions.
Yeah, please feel free to read the BLM Black Lives Matter statement that we issued out last year. So this was sort of during the transition when Lata was on board. And so Jackie, myself, and Lata were kind of preparing for like this year's leadership. So this was before the new leadership. But that's when, there was like a global wide like reckoning of racial injustices, and we issued a statement. And from the statement we say that we make a commitment to become actively anti-racist, and we say that we will use our platform to actively combat racism and help further the Black Lives Matter movement. We say that we will transform our organizational leadership to center Black voices, to put intersectionality in the center of all of our work, and to build collaborations with BIPOC-led organizations. And that's why we created the Diversity and Equity and Justice Task Force. And as Nancy said, it's a task force because it's not something that's temporary. It's because it's something that's probably going to be the most active part of our organization. We want it to be active, and we want it to be always evaluating, our workflow within the organization and also like external to the organization. We want this task force to kind of guide the entire organization to be as equitable as possible. Yeah, can someone put the link? Actually, I can do that, to the blog post that we have.
I have sent it in the chat.
Great, thank you, Lata.
And then the other consideration that we want to have, diversity, equity, and justice is a discussion that is continuous, and it is beyond the like specific topics that we just addressed today. So their role expands beyond that. Regional equity, looking at gender inclusivity also, that's a blog post that we have, and it's also very much led and directed by their guidance as well, our DJ Task Force's guidance. So they do touch on many of the topics that we discuss. And if you have name suggestions for the task force for changes, please also comment them and I will write them down. And so go ahead, sorry.
We also have suggestion on how we should, sorry.
There might be
so this is the existing structure of the organization, but it doesn't mean it's going to stay like this forever. So if you have any good ideas or alternative ideas of how we could rule ourselves, you can let us know.
Definitely. I think that's a great point, Zineb. And this is the first year that we're having this structure. Previously, this organization was really led by like Eliana and Jackie and our co-founders. So a very small group of people. So this structure is very new and not at all set in stone. So I think we're always looking at ways to improve. And I know that one of the suggested amendments that Zineb and Kivoy wrote was about active members, or it used this terminology. And we're also looking kind of at ways to have more platforms for active members to engage. So if any members have suggestions or thoughts on this, I think that would also be really exciting and useful for us to hear.
Yeah, I can see new comments come in.
Yes, so I can start us off on a discussion, which I think the first question relates to some of our organizational structures, so pulling that up might be really nice. Is there any description on national working groups? If Kivoy or Zineb wanted to address that, that's one part of it, but the chairs also have many plans, so we can add to that.
So at the moment, there is no mention of national working groups in the bylaws. Kivoy, right?
No, there's no mention of it at this point in time.
And that is kind of made on purpose in some way, because we are at the youth of the organization and we were prioritizing introducing regional liaisons first. So the way that we wanted to expand this, and this kind of comes as a next step, is how do we use our regional liaisons beyond leading an entire continent by WHO definitions? And that is a pretty big task. Zineb is doing a great job with Michalina in Europe. So the next step, and Lotta, Eliana, please jump in here, is actually in January, our planned discussions with regional liaisons will involve, do we have capacity to build national working groups? Some of our regions are actually having WhatsApp groups for specific countries, like PAHO, Latin America region, has all these like country-specific WhatsApp groups that I can't join because I don't speak the language, but they're fantastic and they're doing really great. And I think those can be at a capacity to move forward, whereas some of our regions might have to build more capacity and build more membership before we can move forward. So I think it'll happen, and that needs to be reflected in our bylaws as we grow further. So that could be a next GA discussion. Lotta, Evan, Eliana, any thoughts?
I think you put it perfectly. And I think it's just about growing kind of sustainably. We don't want to, introduce 50 country chapters at the same time as we start having regional license, and then have kind of the regional license manage that and burning out. Or we just need to be able that we grow at a pace that will make sure it lasts, and that we're able to kind of serve the needs that we're seeing in a good way. I think there were some more questions coming in, right?
Yes, so there's one comment that I think is so important, and it is talking about there are a lot of battles in favor of gender inclusivity, and I think we should discuss this beyond this comment, is how do we make sure that DEJ can comment on gender inclusivity in different and gender inclusivity and diversity, equity, and justice movements in different contexts in different countries. And I think that was a question in our first panel. I'm going to write that down. Do we have comments on that, or do we want to, I do think that's a conclusive comment itself to take note of.
The person who wrote this raised her hand. Maybe she or he wants to speak.
Yeah, I will ask to unmute if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hi guys, my name is Maite. I'm from Peru, and like when I saw all of Black Lives Matter, I always follow U.S. news. I think that many Latin American countries follow U.S. news a lot, but like also in Latin America, I don't know in the rest of the world, I suppose, do the battle for massive protests in favor of women's rights, and particularly women being murdered constantly or beaten. It's very like big in Latin America. I think Mexico has had like horrible figures of like women violence and all of that. So maybe doing a statement or talking about that, because in Latin America, like the numbers are horrifying. So we've had massive protests in different countries, similar to Black Lives Matter, not necessarily in a given month, but it would be amazing if we could like talk about that and make a statement.
I don't want to take the floor again, but thank you so much for raising that. That's something that, you know, it has been discussed within our steering committee, but hasn't, you know, other than our Trans Week post, we haven't really highlighted that. And I think that's a really good guiding principle to also have. I don't know if the rest of the chairs wanted to add to that.
I think it's just a really great point, and thank you so much for raising that. As I think was mentioned before, one of our kind of 3 additional goals this year was it's gender inclusivity, intersectionality, and then centering the global south. And I think a part of centering the global south is also, you know, diversifying the voices that we amplify in our movement. And I think things in general in global health, global surgery, gender equity are kind of high income country focused and also a lot US focused. And I think we want to make sure that we don't always talk about gender inequity in the US context, but like you're saying, this is a story that I think not that many people in maybe Europe or the US or other parts of the world may be aware of. And I think we should definitely do our part in raising those voices. So thank you for bringing that up. And feel free to like message us after this call as well, so we can think about how to do that in the best way.
I totally agree, and I've seen how active you have been on our social media. You're such an advocate. So thank you for engaging with us so much as a member. And I think what we can do in the future is empowering the regional liaisons more and empowering the regional GEIGS, I guess, groups more to bring these issues to the front. And then also advocate, mobilizing like our research advocacy and mentorship councils to help with that as well. But definitely want to continue this discussion. Thank you for bringing it up.
Unless we have any other thoughts on that, I have a final question that I see if any more come up. What is the definition of an active member? And I think Zineb has contributed to this conversation, so I'll leave the floor to Zineb and Kivoy. But Zineb, as a regional liaison, also contributed to this conversation as we defined this very recently.
Oh, I think I can start off with this one. This definition is one that is still in transition and development at this point in time. Because of the makeup of GEIGS at this point in time, merely filling out the membership sheet makes you a member. And in my discussions with Zineb, I don't think that's adequate enough to be considered a member. I think active participation in all our research efforts, advocacy efforts, and all different opportunities that the council has to offer. I think that's what makes you an active member, or that's what you'd consider a member at the end of the day. My other issue is that after you sign up the membership sheet, there was no way of actively tracking your participation in the activities, or objectively tracking your participation in the activities of GEIGS. And so part of my input on that era of the bylaw change was for each different, all of the council leads and the co-liaisons to actually have a tracking sheet of all the members who are associated with their council, to actually manage or oversee whatever work they're participating in for GEIGS, as a way of objectively tracking whatever work they're doing for the organization. I don't think it's perfect or ideal, but I think it's a starting point to actually monitor the activities of our members at this point in time. And the floor is still open for discussion about better ways we can actually monitor the activities of our members once they've actually filled out the sign-up sheet.
Yes, so long story short, it is still pretty much a definition in progress. As we grow and as we engage with members and as we observe how members engage with us. So within the international team, we had this discussion, and I think Lota would be a better person to like some of the discussion we had, because I didn't follow it fully.
I think it's an interesting discussion. It's not very easy, but we have actually developed membership guidelines in the past few weeks, and I think we haven't uploaded them on the website yet, but it should be happening sometime soon. And so you can look at that, and we would be really appreciative of any feedback if you want to message us after the General Assembly, because like Kivo was saying, this is a work in progress. But for now, anyone who's registered through the forum is a member, and that we don't really have an active member definition. It's something we can consider having, but we also don't want to exclude people who, because currently we aren't able to provide as many research opportunities as there is research interest. And so we want anyone who wants to be an active member to be able to be an active member. And we don't want that to be limited by the opportunities that we're able to provide at this point in time. I think time is running out, so I don't want to speak longer right now, but I would love to keep having this conversation afterwards.
Yes, indeed, we are coming to the end of our session. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been fun, and hopefully we will hear from you. Everybody will hear from more. We want to hear more from members, basically. So please reach out to us.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. I'll pass the mic to Lotta, but I just wanted to thank our organizers. This was wonderful.
Yes, thank you so much, Zineb and Kivoy, and thank you to all members who participated so actively. And please use this form that was sent in the chat to keep suggestions coming in. You don't need to formally write very, nice written suggestions to amend our bylaws. We just want to hear the ideas that you have. So we'd really appreciate any suggestions that come in that form. And this was our very first take at having that kind of conversation with members. So it was really, really worthwhile for us. So thank you so much. So now we are again at a short break. So anybody who wants to take a little bathroom break or go and grab a coffee or whatever time zone you're in, depending on your needs, please take a minute for that. And then in 2 minutes, we're going to start our next session, which is about research on gender equity in global surgery. So we'll just start setting up the technicalities of that while we're having a little break. Drummel, are you with us?
Yes.
I can stop sharing my screen now, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Kivoy. Awesome. And then, Drummel, are you going to be sharing your screen?
Yes, I will be. And
awesome.
After that, I think Shia will be sharing her screen.
Perfect. So do we have Shia and Michelina with us? Awesome. Yes. Perfect.
Hi, everyone. I'm trying to add spotlights. Sorry.
Thank you for being the spotlight master. That's awesome.
Leticia used to be. Now you're left with me, y'all. Anyway.
You're doing a great job. All right. Awesome.
I think let's wait for 2 more minutes till everyone gets back and we can start.
Yes. Sounds great. I think this is going to be a really exciting session. I know that amongst our members, there's really big interest in research specifically. And we always have a lot of people curious to hear more about the ongoing research projects. And in general, there's just such a big need for research on gender equity in global surgery. It's something that I think is quite a neglected topic in surgery at large, and even more when you look at a global scale. Because if you look at gender equity in research, or research and surgery, it's very often coming from the global north. So I'm quite excited for this session.
Definitely. I agree with Lotta, and I'm hoping that the session would go perfectly well. So starting off with that, these are our wonderful speakers. The first one is Gia, then Mihalina and Eliana. I would open the floor for your introductions. Gia, would you go ahead and introduce yourself? I think.
Okay.
asked you to unmute, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. My name is Shia. I'm from Montreal, Canada, and I'm one of the research co-leads for GEIGS this year. Very excited to be here today to talk to you about some of the ongoing research projects and kind of just chat and explore more about research. So hopefully we're gonna have a great hour ahead.
Thank you for the introduction. Mihalina, the floor is yours.
I'll go. Hi everyone, I'm Eliana. I'm co-founder, junior advisor now at GEIGS. And I'm a medical student at UCSF.
Thank you for that. And Mihalina, you could go
Yes,
next.
sorry about that. I was unable to unmute myself. So, hi everyone. My name is Mihalina Brejza, and I am an OBGYN resident currently based in Poland. I am a regional co-liaison with Lovely Zineb that was facilitating last session for Europe. And I'm a research geek, so looking forward to a fantastic discussion that we're going to have, hopefully.
Awesome. So I will be the moderator for this session, and I'm Dhrumal. I'm from India. I'm a final year medical student here in India. And now the next thing would be the research committee report. The research committee has been working on various research projects and articles, and we would be looking at some of the, or rather all of the work which they've been doing for the past term. So over to you, Gia, if you could share your screen.
Okay, please give me a second. I need to pull out my presentation. Sorry, I'm just going to pull out my presentation. Can everybody see my screen? Okay, awesome. So it's my pleasure to show you what the Research Council has been up to for, I would say, the first half of the year. So here we go. So one of the first projects that we wanted to talk to you about was the global mapping. So this is an idea that's been basically handed over to us by the previous research team. So mind you, this is the first year that we have a structure within the research team, which I think is an absolutely necessary thing. But you know, I think we're also very lucky to be inheriting a lot of these amazing ideas from the team and the people who have been doing research in the past year. So the global mapping, the idea of it is to have a map of the global workforce of female surgeons, anesthetists, and obstetricians across the world. It's a very ambitious but very exciting project, and we are hoping to collaborate with the G4 Alliance as well as the advocacy team in order to put all of this together. So this is a project that's more in its infancy. We're currently reaching out to mentors, trying to do a more detailed proposal, and definitely will be needing some help in the future to perhaps, you know, carry out surveys or gathering data. So stay tuned for the updates. We'll definitely send out a call for people to join this team. My bad. Scoping reviews. So these are also other two projects that were handed over to us from the previous team. And the idea is that we wanted to go into literature and find patterns that are on based on articles that have been already published on gender disparities in various themes. So the ones that are currently in progress are mentorship. So mentorship for women trainees. Sorry, it's not training, it's trainees. And also on patient perceptions of women surgeons. So these are two projects that are perhaps more in its final stage. We're currently wrapping up the data extraction part and focusing on the manuscript writing. So these are not really projects that need new people, but for sure I'm convinced that we'll have further scoping reviews in the future. These are relatively simple projects that are also very interesting and very telling in terms of what are the current gaps and what are the current knowledges in the literature. Parental leave is a project that focuses on determining the status and utilization of parental leave policy in neurosurgery across the world. This is a project that's been led by Eliana, who's actually with us on the call today. So from my understanding, the project is still relatively in its infancy, if I'm not mistaken, Eliana.
Yeah, I can jump in. Sorry, Shia.
No worries, please go ahead.
I think Jackie's on the call. Yay! Hi, Jackie. Yeah, so Jackie and I and Nancy and Anusha, who's also the PAHO liaison, and several other members, Angela and Emily as well, are working on this project. So it's basically looking into parental leave policies in neurosurgery programs, and also looking into how it's being utilized, and also what are people's perceptions around it, like within the program. So we're surveying, I think it's a study that for the first time surveys not just women, or not just people that have childbearing capacity, but also all sorts of parents, and as well as like non-parents. And yeah, so hopefully, like, we're really excited for this project. We have an IRB approval now, and we're excited for this project to take off in the next coming months. And the project for now, like the way it is now, it is capped, because we have a working group formed that has been working on it for a while, and we're planning on distributing through the European Association of Neurological Surgeons, EANS, like in January, and then also planning North American distribution soon. But this is definitely a project that can be spinned off in different, in different ways, in different specialties, and also in different countries. So yeah, this is something that we can definitely open up in the near future, and expand into different projects if general members are interested.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ileana, for the update. So another project that we have right now is a medical student survey, and this is actually a collaboration with Incision. For those who might not know, Incision is the International Student Surgical Network. So the goal of this project is to give a survey to medical students and trainees to ask about their experience in terms of microaggressions, microassertions, and perceptions of barriers and facilitators to the entry into surgical field. And this is a project that's currently in its MOU phase. The contract, if you would like, will be signed very soon, and hopefully we'll be launching the surveys as well as the data collection. Are we going to need help for this? Maybe, likely, I would say. Obviously, it's we are still not really sure of how big the scope of this project will be. So if we happen to need help, we will definitely solicit our members for this. Sexual misconduct is a project, a new project actually, that's been led by our lead Kshipra. So this is a project that aims to review the legal cases to determine the incidence of reporting and legal outcomes of sexual misconduct in academic medicine. And so for this project, she's been currently reaching out to law school partners to help out with data collection. As you can see, it's a bit of a multidisciplinary project, which is why it's pretty exciting. Fortunately, we're not really looking for any help right now, but I'm sure that this is also a theme that's very transposable in other kind of scenarios or environments. So there could be future projects that are related to this theme if that's something that you are interested in. Breastfeeding, so that's a project that's been led by another co-chair, Elise, and basically she wanted to look at the barriers and facilitators of breastfeeding during surgery training. So she said that she was wrapping up with a preliminary proposal and currently working on RB submission and approval. Whether we'll be accepting general member, I would say probably. I don't have the final confirmation from her, but it's likely because this is a relatively early project. And surely we could use all hands on deck to help out with this project. So more to come. Cultural barriers is another new idea as well. The purpose of this study would be to examine the barriers to entry for women in surgery in the African subcontinent. It's currently also in the more of the preliminary proposal stage. And this has actually been led by one of our members, Marcella, who's very passionate about the topic. Surely we'll be needing some help in the future in terms of perhaps gathering data, analyzing data, writing manuscripts. So just you can also stay tuned for this topic. And since this is a pretty pertinent topic really for any continent across the world, there is also potential to expand it to perhaps another region, another environment, another scenario. So there's also a lot of potential in this idea. LGBTQIA plus trainees. This is another idea that's been led by Nancy, I would say. The purpose of this study, or these series of studies, because it might turn into more than one, is to explore the experiences of LGBTQIA plus trainees in surgery across the globe. Currently, the preliminary proposal stage, very likely to accept people in the future to help out. As you could probably tell by now, there's a trend where, if it's a relatively preliminary project, chances are there's probably going to be a need for help. So also stay tuned for that if you're interested in the topic. Research capacity. So this is less of a research study, but more of a research project that we had as a group for this year. So we do realize there's a lot of guides and workshops, webinars, whichever you're thinking about, resources out there to help trainees to get involved in research or just get better in terms of the research capacities. However, we do think there's less in terms of longitudinal small-scale mentorship. So that's something that we're hoping to establish this year, is to provide opportunities for trainees who are perhaps more junior in terms of research, and somebody who's more senior, perhaps the faculty, someone who's more experienced research, and have this kind of mentorship relationship, but very focused on performing research and navigating the world of research studies, publication, etc., in order to elevate and help these people get better. So it's an idea that's currently in the brainstorming stage. Accepting general members, more like are general members able to participate? Absolutely, that's the goal of it in the future. So we'll definitely send out a notice once this is more established. We think that this might be more of a project that will happen mid-year next year, given the current responsibilities. But sorry, it's something that we really care about and we hope to bring to fruition. So that's pretty much it for the projects that are currently ongoing. We are a pretty new team, if you want to put it like that. So we're very open to your ideas. If you have a topic that you'd like to study, perhaps you're not really sure how to start, or you'd like to collaborate with us, please reach out to gigs.research@gmail.com, and we'll be more than happy to get in touch with you and discuss your ideas. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Shreya, for that wonderful insight into the work of the Research Council. There was one question, although Lotta and Nancy did answer that, but if you would want to add on to it, what countries will this be in? Will it be in the US?
So so if we're talking about the sexual misconduct project, currently it is in the US, that's true. So it was an idea that our co-chair Kshipra kind of already started and wanted to continue within the context of GEIGS. But there is definitely potential to expanding into other regions and other countries, yes.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Now we have something really exciting for you guys. There is this TED talk by one professor who has been working on research, and it covers an overarching aspect of research and why research is important. As gender equity in global surgery and following research is quite new. We don't have very specific TED talk to that, but this is something which is kind of an overarching subject to research. So we'll be watching that, and after our brain cells are stimulated, we will have a very productive discussion on the same. So I'll be sharing my screen. Also, before we start, I'll have a minute of like a trial, so just so that I'm sure that everyone is able to hear it. So
We can't hear it, or I can't hear it, at least.
I can hear it. You have to, when you share your screen, you have to enable sharing audio. I think it's still off. Do you want me to share it instead? Because we can't hear anything.
I don't think Drummel is hearing us. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll text him in the.
wait, was it audible at all?
No, not at all.
Oh, damn. Okay. So how do we go about this? Maybe I can stop sharing the screen and we can have one of us.
Shia will you be able to? Perfect. Thank you all.
About 10 years ago, I took on the task to teach global development to Swedish undergraduate students.
Just wanted to check if you could hear that beginning.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll start it from the beginning, just so we don't.
About 10 years ago, I took on the task to teach global development to Swedish undergraduate students. That was after having spent about 20 years together with African institutions studying hunger in Africa. So I was sort of expected to know a little about the world. And I started in our medical university, Karolinska Institute, an undergraduate course called Global Health. But when you get that opportunity, you get a little nervous. I thought these students coming to us actually have the highest grade you can get in Swedish college system. So I thought maybe they know everything I'm going to teach them about. So I did a pre-test when they came. And one of the questions from which I learned a lot, was this one. Which country has the highest child mortality of these 5 pairs? And I put them together so that in each pair of country, one has twice the child mortality of the other. And this means that it's much bigger the difference than the uncertainty of the data. I won't put you at a test here, but it's Turkey, which is highest there, Poland, Russia, Pakistan, and South Africa. And these were the results of the Swedish students. I did it so I got a confidence interval, which was pretty narrow, and I got happy, of course. I had 1.8 right answer out of 5 possible. And that means that there was a place for a professor of international health and for my course. But one late night, when I was compiling the report, I really realized my discovery. I have shown that Swedish top students know statistically significantly less about the world than the chimpanzees. Because the chimpanzee would score half right. If I gave them 2 bananas with Sri Lanka and Turkey, they would be right half of the cases. But the students are not there. The problem for me was not ignorance, it was preconceived ideas. I did also an unethical study of the professors of the Karolinska Institute that hands out the Nobel Prize in medicine, and they are on par with the chimpanzee there. So this is where I realized that there was really a need to communicate, because the data of what's happening in the world and the child health of every country is very well aware. So we did this software which displays it like this. Every bubble here is a country. This country over here is, this is China. And this is India. The size of the bubble is the population. And on this axis here, I put fertility rate. Because my students, what they said when they looked upon the world, and I asked them, what do you really think about the world? Huh? Well, I first discovered that the textbook was Tintin mainly. And they said the world is still we and them. And we is Western world, and them is third world. And what do you mean with Western world? I said, well, that's long life in small family, and third world is short life in large family. So this is what I could display here. I put fertility rate here, number of children per woman, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to about 8 children per woman. We have very good data since 1962, 1960 about, on the size of families in all countries. The error margin is narrow. Here I put life expectancy at birth, from 30 years in some countries up to about 70 years. And 1962, there was really a group of countries here that was industrialized countries, and they had small families and long lives. And these were the developing countries. They had large families and they had relatively short lives. Now, what has happened since 1962? We want to see the change. Are the students right? It's still 2 types of countries? Or have these developing countries got smaller families and they live here? Or have they got longer lives and live up there? Let's see. We start the world. And this is all UN statistic that has been available. Here we go. Can you see there? It's China. They're moving against better health. They're improving there. All the green Latin American countries, they are moving towards smaller families. The yellow ones here are the Arabic countries, and they get larger families, but longer lives, but not larger families. The Africans are the green down here. They still remain here. This is India. Indonesia is moving on pretty fast. And in the 80s here, you have Bangladesh still among the African countries there. But now Bangladesh, it's a miracle that happens in the 80s. The imams start to promote family planning, and they move up into that corner. And in 90s, we have the terrible HIV epidemic that takes down the life expectancy of the African countries, and all the rest of the world moves up into the corner where we have long lives and small family, and we have a completely new world. Let me make a comparison directly between United States of America and Vietnam. 1964. America had small families and long life. Vietnam had large families and short lives. And this is what happens. The data during the war indicate that even with all the death, there was an improvement of life expectancy. By the end of the year, the family planning started in Vietnam, and they went for smaller families. And the United States up there is getting for longer life, keeping family size. And in the 80s now, they give up communist planning and they go for market economy, and it moves faster even than social life. And today we have in Vietnam the same life expectancy and the same family size here in Vietnam 2003 as in United States 1974 by the end of the war. I think we all, if we don't look in the data, we underestimate the tremendous change in Asia, which was in social change before we saw the economical change. So let's move over to another way here in which we could display the distribution in the world of the income. This is the world distribution of income of people. $1, $10, or $100 per day. There's no gap between rich and poor any longer. This is a myth. There's a little hump here. But there are people all the way. And if we look where the income ends up, the income, this is 100% of world's annual income. And the richest 20%, they take out of that about 74%. And the poorest 20%, they take about 2%. And this shows that the concept developing countries is extremely doubtful. We sort of think about aid, like these people here giving aid to these people here. But in the middle, we have most of the world population. And they have now 24% of the income. We heard it in other forms. And who are these? Where are the different countries? I can show you Africa. This is Africa. 10% of world population, most in poverty. This is OECD, the rich country, the country club of the UN. And they are over here on this side, and quite an overlap between Africa and OECD. And this is Latin America. It has everything on this earth, from the poorest to the richest in Latin America. And on top of that, we can put East Europe, we can put East Asia, and we put South Asia. And how did it look like if we go back in time to about 1970? Then there was more of a hump. And we have most who lived in absolute poverty were Asians. The problem in the world was the poverty in Asia. And if I now let the world move forward, you will see that while population increase, there are hundreds of millions in Asia getting out of poverty, and some others get into poverty. And this is the pattern we have today, and the best projection from the World Bank is that this will happen. And we will not have a divided world. We will have most people in the middle. Of course, it's a logarithmic scale here. But our concept of economy is growth with percent. We look upon it as a possibility of percentage increase. If I change these and I take GDP per capita instead of family income, and I turn these individual data into regional data of gross domestic product, and I take the regions down here, the size of the bubble is still the population, and you have the OECD there, and you have sub-Saharan Africa there, and we take off the Arab states there, coming both from Africa and from Asia, and we put them separately, and we can expand this axis, and I can give it a new dimension here by adding the social values there, child survival. Now I have money on that axis, and I have the possibility of children to survive there. In some countries, 99.7% of children survive to 5 years of age, others only 70. And here it seems that there is a gap between OECD, Latin America, East Europe, East Asia, Arab states, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. The linearity is very strong between child survival and money. But let me split Sub-Saharan Africa. Health is there, and better health is up there. I can go here, and I can split Sub-Saharan Africa into its countries. And when it bursts, the size of each country bubble is the size of the population. Sierra Leone down there, Mauritius up there. Mauritius was the first country to get away with trade barriers, and they could sell their sugar, they could sell their textiles on equal terms as the people in Europe and North America. There's a huge difference between Africa, and Ghana is here in the middle. In Sierra Leone, humanitarian aid. Here in Uganda, development aid. Here, time to invest. There you can go for holiday. It's a tremendous variation within Africa, which we very often make that it's equal everything. I can split South Asia here. India is the big bubble in the middle, but huge difference between Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. And I can split Arab states. How are they? Same climate, same culture, same religion, huge difference. Even between neighbors. Yemen, civil war, United Arab Emirates money, which was quite equally and well used. Not as the myth is. And that includes all the children of the foreign workers who are in the country. Data is often better than you think. Many people say that data is bad. There is an uncertainty margin. But we can see the difference here, Cambodia, Singapore. The differences are much bigger than the weakness of the data. East Europe, Soviet economy for a long time, but they come out after 10 years very, very differently. And there is Latin America. Today we don't have to go to Cuba to find a healthy country in Latin America. Chile will have a lower child mortality than Cuba within some few years from now. And here we have high-income countries in OECD, and we get the whole pattern here of the world, which is more or less like this. And if we look at it, how it looks the world, in 1960, it starts to move, 1960. This is Mao Zedong. He brought health to China. And then he died, and then Deng Xiaoping came and brought money to China and brought them into the mainstream again. And we have seen how countries move in different directions like this. So it's sort of difficult to get an example country which shows the pattern of the world. But I would like to bring you back to about here at 1960. And I would like to compare South Korea, which is this one, with Brazil, which is this one. The label went away for me here. And I would like to compare Uganda, which is there. And I can run it forward like this. And you can see how South Korea is making a very, very fast advancement, whereas Brazil is much slower. And if we move back again here, and we put on trails on them like this, you can see again that the speed of development is very, very different. And the countries are moving more or less in the same rate as money and health. But it seems you can move much faster if you are healthy first than if you are wealthy first. And to show that, you can put on the way of United Arab Emirates. They came from here. A mineral country. They catch all the oil, they got all the money, but health cannot be bought at the supermarket. You have to invest in health. You have to get kids into schooling. You have to train health staff. You have to educate the population. And Sheikh Zayed did that in a fairly good way. And in spite of falling oil prices, he brought this country up here. So we got a much more mainstream appearance of the world, where all countries tend to use their money better than they used in the past. Now, this is more or less if you look at average data of the countries. They are like this. Now, that's dangerous to use average data because there's such a lot of difference within countries. So if I go and look here, we can see that Uganda, that today is where South Korea was 1960. If I split Uganda, there's quite a difference within Uganda. These are the quintiles of Uganda. The richest 20% of Ugandans are there, the poorest are down there. If I split South Africa, it's like this. And if I go down and look at Nigeria, where there was such a terrible famine lastly, it's like this. The 20% poorest of Nigeria is out here, and the 20% richest of South Africa is there, and yet we tend to discuss on what solutions there should be in Africa. Everything in this world exists in Africa. And you can't discuss universal access to HIV for that quintile up here with the same strategy as down here. The improvement of the world must be highly contextualized. And it's not relevant to have it on regional level. We must be much more detailed. We find that students get very excited when they can use this. And even more policymakers and the corporate sectors would like to see how the world is changing. Now, why doesn't this take place? Why are we not using the data we have? We have data in the United Nations, in the national statistical agencies, and in universities and other non-governmental organizations, because the data is hidden down in the databases. And the public is there, and the internet is there, but we have still not used it effectively. All that information we saw changing in the world does not include publicly funded statistics. There are some web pages like this, but they take some nourishment down from the databases, but people put prices on them, stupid passwords and boring statistics. And this won't work. So what is needed? We have the databases. It's not a new database you need. We have wonderful design tools, and more are added up here. So we started a non-profit venture, which we called Linking Data to Design. We call it Gapminder, from London Underground, where they warn you, mind the gap. So we thought Gapminder was appropriate. And we started to write software which could link the data like this. And it wasn't that difficult. It took some person years, and we have produced animations. You can take a data set and put it there. We are liberating UN data. Some few UN organizations, some countries accept that their databases can go out on the world. But what we really need is, of course, a search function. A search function where we can copy the data up to a searchable format and get it out in the world. And what do we hear when we go around? I've done anthropology on the main statistical units. Everyone says it's impossible. This can't be done. Our information is so peculiar and detailed, so that cannot be searched as other can be searched. We cannot give the data free to the students, free to the entrepreneurs of the world. But this is what we would like to see, isn't it? The publicly funded data is down here, and we would like flowers to grow out on the net. And one of the crucial points is to make them searchable, and then people can use the different design tool to animate it there. And I have a pretty good news for you. I have a good news that the present new head of UN Statistics, he doesn't say it's impossible. He only says we can't do it. And that's a quite clever guy. Huh? So we can see a lot happening in data in the coming years. We will be able to look at income distributions in completely new ways. This is the income distribution of China, 1970. This is the income distribution of the United States, 1970. Almost no overlap. Almost no overlap. And what has happened? What has happened is this, that China is growing, it's not so equal any longer, and it's appearing here, overlooking the United States, almost like a ghost, isn't it? Huh? It's pretty scary. But I think it's very important to have all this information. We need really to see it. And instead of looking at this, I would like to end up by showing the internet users per 1,000. In this software, we access about 500 variables from all the countries quite easily. It takes some time to change for this. But on the axes, you can quite easily get any variable you would like to have. And the thing would be to get up the databases free, to get them searchable, and with a second click to get them into the graphic formats where you can instantly understand them. Now the statisticians doesn't like it because they say that this will not show the reality. We have to have statistical analytical methods. But this is hypothesis generating. I end now with a world where the internet are coming, the number of internet users are going up like this. This is the GDP per capita, and it's a new technology coming in, but amazingly how well it fits to the economy of the countries. That's why the $100 computer will be so important. But it's a nice tendency. It is as if the world is flattening off, isn't it? These countries are lifting more than the economy. And it will be very interesting to follow this over the year, as I would like you to be able to do with all the publicly funded data. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was something, wasn't it? I mean, I saw it for the second time, and still I was awestruck as to what the kind of energy he had. So now that all our brain cells are like functioning really nicely, let's jump into our breakout rooms and have a really nice discussion on various things which your leads will tell you about. So in about some time, you'll have this breakout room option on your screen.
Just to clarify, Drummo, breakout rooms will close after 15 minutes?
Yes, they will. We have about 15 minutes, and yes.
I will open rooms right now.
Hello, is this my breakout room? Yes. Okay. Wait, this is not. Am I in a breakout room right now? Oh yes. Okay. Okay.
Hi.
Sorry, that took me. Wait, Nancy, just to clarify, so am I still able to assign people into more people as they come in into breakout rooms? Even if I'm in this breakout room? Yes, I can, right?
Yes, but I can leave and let people in from the waiting room. You won't be able to, so I'll just come back. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I already wasted like 2 minutes. Wow, time is ticking.
You go ahead.
Yeah, so let me look around here.
Also,
Oh, Jackie's here, yay, okay.
While Eliana starts, I'd just like to say that this is a safe space and we'll be taking minutes, but feel free to switch on your camera so that we could look at your lovely faces and let's have a discussion. Over to you, Eliana.
Yeah, can we like really quickly do introductions? Like maybe like, I know we only have like 12 minutes remaining, so maybe like really quickly go around where everyone is, kind of say their names, if they want like what level of training. I'm Eliana. I'm from South Korea. I'm in the US right now. I go to UCSF for medical school. I was a co-founder and now junior advisor to the organization with Jackie, who's also in this room. Yeah, I'm in San Francisco right now. Okay, Drumel, go.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dromel. So this is probably the third time I'm introducing myself. I'm finally a medical student from India, and yeah, I'm kind of in between medical school and all these amazing opportunities. So over to you, Hyla.
Okay. Hi, my name is Isla. I was born in the US, but I was raised in Brazil, and I'm finishing my studies in Argentina. I'm a last year medical student in UCA, Universidad Católica Argentina. And yeah, that's a little bit about me. Leticia?
Can you hear me properly, guys? Okay, thank you very much for confirming. So, hello everyone, my name is Leticia Campos, but you can call me Letty. I'm a fourth year medical student here from Brazil, from the very northeast of Brazil, and I'm the current General Secretary of Incision Brazil and member of this amazing GEIGS General Assembly. And let me see, Habab, my dear, up to you.
So hello everyone, my name is Habab. I'm from Sudan. I'm a foundational doctor, just graduated, and I'm the co-founder and secretary of Incision Sudan. And I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Let me see, Isabella. The floor is yours.
Sorry guys, my microphone was off and I was just talking. I'll start my video in a second. So, hi guys, I'm Isabella. I'm from Brazil. I'm currently in the 5th year. In Brazil, it's like our first internship year of med school. And I heard about GEIGS on Twitter. And then I started following your steps through WhatsApp groups, and now I'm in the Facebook group too. And that's it.
How about Sandaria?
Hi everyone, I'm Soundarya Monga from India. I'm a third year medical student, and what attracted me to this beautiful webinar conference thing is my love for public health, and I'm a public health actor at AMSA India, and we're working on a similar kind of a project called Project Samya, which means equality in Sanskrit. So we're kind of working towards the same thing. I'm quite fascinated by what you're doing here. May I nominate Chirag?
Hello, hi. I hope my audio is clear because I have a very choppy network. Anyways, I'm a second year medical student from, okay, thank you, Letty. I'm a second year medical student from India, and I had actually attended a event hosted by IFMSA Pakistan. It was exclusively on global surgery, and the topic had fascinated me a lot. And Letty had mentioned about uh, GEIGS. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, the abbreviation. And I had looked up after she had mentioned about it in another delegation, and the entire idea of the organization really interested me. And here I am, and really enjoying the assembly, general assembly. Looking forward to it. Thank you, guys. And Clara, if she's not done, I'll not.
Hi guys, my name is Maria Clara. I'm a student of the first medical period and I'm 22 years old and I'm from Brazil. And I can't believe I'm a part of this dream team, and thank you for the opportunity so much. This is
Great. I'm watching the time a little bit, so let's speed things up a little bit. But I do still want to hear from people that haven't spoken yet. Meite, have you? Sorry if I'm. Can you remind me how to pronounce your name again?
Yes, it's Maite.
Maite.
But it sounds like people that speak English have trouble like saying my name, so it's fine. Okay, so I'm from Peru. I'm in I just finished my 6th year of medical school. Here we do 7 years. And I just discovered GEIGS like 2 months ago, and I can't believe I didn't discover it earlier, and so happy to be here.
Okay. I think remaining are Katarina. Katarina. I don't know if you can hear us. And also Jackie. Jackie, are you able to hear us?
Yeah. Hey.
Jackie. Hi.
The first couple of sessions. Hi everyone. I'm Jackie. I'm one of the founders and now serve in the junior advisory group. I'm in my 6.5 year out of 7. So yeah, in neurosurgery. So I'm kind of reaching the end of residency training and ready to be a faculty member finally. Love this group. It means a lot to me. And I'm so happy to meet everybody here.
Amazing. Cool. Katarina?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My internet connection is a little bit unstable. So last time you called me, I couldn't.
No worries.
Okay. So my name is Catarina, and I'm from the south of Brazil. And it's a pleasure to be here. And I heard about GEIGS last month, I think. And it's been amazing to see how you're doing. And thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for coming to the General Assembly, and thank you for engaging with us. I'm watching the time, and maybe it was poor planning on my part to do introductions, but I just really wanted to get to see and talk to and get to know everyone. So let's just pretend that our first question was, you know, who everyone is. Drum roll. What should we do? What question should we try to tackle in the next 4 minutes that we have?
So I think we have 3 questions. The first one is national challenges in gender equity research. The second one is, second, But I think we could start on the first one. That's pretty much the most important one because we are a very diverse population here. So I think we could talk about the national challenges in gender equity research.
Oh, okay.
Starting with, yeah.
Yeah. So what are the national challenges that everyone is facing in gender equity research? Is that the question?
Yes, or in gender equity in general. So then we could maybe brainstorm about topics or these projects which could give direction to that. So
Okay.
let's start with the problems.
Oh, let's talk. Who wants to jump in? I guess you can talk about your like national challenges that you faced in terms of like your setting. I know we have a really diverse group here. Feel free to jump in.
Sorry, the question is what are the national challenges we have in gender equity? And I mean, so Eliana and I have talked about this a lot. In the US, it's a little different. I mean, I think women still make less money, for instance, as men in many fields. I think in a lot of ways, like after the women's suffrage movement, there has been a lot of gains in equality and equity, but I think almost because of that, there's a lot of kind of like covert sexism and racism that I think a lot of people will be like, oh, well, women can vote, women are fine. And then it kind of prevents further progress because we've sort of made some progress as a gender. So I don't know if that's the same in other countries or not.
I think that for sure, like, oh, I'm sorry, Letty, I just saw you like raise your hand. I'm sorry. Yes, for sure. Like
Don't worry,
here,
don't
we don't see that much of like women surgeons, or at least like the most renowned are male. So it's very hard to see like, you know, role models that look like you. And also throughout medical school, like we constantly get, as women, get discouraged to pursue surgery. You know, they say like, oh, I'm just giving you like a tip, but if you want to have family, but that tip they don't give it to like your male the male students. So that's kind of sad.
So I think I can go next. So I would like to reply this question actually with some data regarding research in gender equity. So Brazil in the last 5 years has been one of the most productive countries in terms of producing research in gender equity. I guess Brazil is on the top 10 countries that produce many research, but there is one a very stressful point, because even though Brazil produces lots of research in gender equity, it's not a priority in terms of policies, in terms of agenda for the organizations, for the medical schools to address. So there is a gap between how much we produce and how much we're effectively translating into our practice. So that's some Brazilian perspective on the way.
That's such a good point, Leticia. I feel like there's such a huge gap between like the research that we produce as like medical professionals and then the actual policy changes that take place after that. I feel like there's a huge gap.
And also, I would just add something if I can go next. And Brazil and other like US, they have organizations and institutions and places like these where we can talk about this and exchange. But for example, in Argentina, we don't have that much associations or organizations where we can talk about this. So it was a huge discovery for me when I got to know that there were these places where we could talk about these issues, and made me want to move more and do more for the countries that don't talk about this. So it's really nice to have to be part of this and have this place to talk.
Is Drummel, can I ask you something? Is the session ending right now? Like the entire session ending right now?
Yes, the session is ending right now, so we could conclude. Although, if we have a couple of more minutes, we could still talk about it.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for bringing that point up. I feel like, I mean, Jackie, like when you and I started this organization together, like we wanted this to be like a space, a platform for people kind of all over to like come and find community, right? And have kind of like a shared, I guess, goal in advocating for gender equity. And so I definitely want us to keep in touch. This little breakout room. I think most of us are on Twitter. I feel like I've seen most of you on Twitter already. So please stay in touch, and we can, you know, continue these discussions on Twitter or like separately. Yeah, I'm always available.
Yeah, also echoing to what Eliana said, this was not supposed to be a conclusive discussion. This was a start to a very important discussion. So now that we've started thinking about it and talking about it as a whole, we could now give direction to this work. So glad for everyone who's here, and yeah, thank you so much. I think we could then.
Okay. Ellie, are you going to close the breakout room so everybody move back to the main room?
Yes, I'm doing that right now. Okay, in 5.
Yes, ma'am. 4, 3, 2.
Bye.
I'm going to spotlight everyone who's going to be speaking.
Oh. Seems like people are starting to come back in. We'll be resuming the next session, which is the advocacy session, in 2 minutes. So please feel free to take a bathroom break or grab something to drink. And then we'll get started in just 2 minutes. Hope you had a good time in the breakout rooms and that you can maybe continue the conversations even outside the Zoom call.
It was such a short time, but it was really nice to get to meet everyone. And like, please let's like add each other on social media accounts and keep talking to each other.
Definitely.
Yeah, we should share the Twitter handles and stuff like that so we could follow what each other are doing.
Exactly. I'm hoping everybody can find each other through the hashtag GEIGS 2020 or hashtag GEIGS hashtags, because that's where we're all meeting it on Twitter that way, right?
Absolutely. And don't forget to make a Twitter account if you don't have a Twitter account. Like, a lot of fun things are happening on there, so you don't want to miss out.
Definitely. And I think if somebody doesn't have Twitter yet, hopefully you'll be convinced during this session, because I believe that our Twitter expert, Dominic Fairvort, is going to really push for that during this talk. So with that in mind, I think time's basically up. I'm going to hand over to Habab Iraqi, who's the session coordinator. And Habab is one of the wonderful members of our organizational team for the General Assembly. So over to you, Habab. You're on mute, Habab. Ah, great.
Yes, so hello everyone, welcome to the advocacy session for this General Assembly. It's an exciting time to talk about the advocacy in global surgery as we continue to grow and adapt, remaining always adaptable and committed. So from here, I would like to pass on the talk to Linda Prato, who is one of the Advocacy Council members. Linda, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Habab. Well, I've already sent a link to Mentimeter. Please open the link and answer the question that you have there. Tell us what is advocacy for you, and then we'll read it. So please, if you can make me host to share the screen, please.
You should be able to share, Linda.
Okay, let me try.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try it. Mm. Okay, can you see my screen?
Just loading now. It loaded. Perfect.
Okay. Let me know, please.
We
Ready?
can see it.
Yeah, perfect. So welcome everyone to our advocacy session for this General Assembly. It is an exciting time to talk about advocacy in global surgery, remaining always adaptable, motivated, responsive, and aspiring for gender equity around the world. So in this session, we're going to have your speakers, Linda Prato Navas. It's me. I am fourth year medical student at the Central University in Venezuela. And well, we have Dominique Berboom. If you want to introduce yourself, Dr. Dominique, are you there?
Sure. Hi, everyone. So my name is Dominic. I've spoke with you earlier today, but I'm looking forward to speaking today about kind of both social media side, which is one of my passions for some of you who might know, but also kind of on the writing advocacy side. So in terms of op-eds, letters to the editor, editorials, etc., to really also leverage that side of advocacy beyond just the social media sphere.
Okay, then we have Layal.
Hey guys, so my name's Layal and I'm in Australia, so it's almost midnight here, so bear with me if I'm a little bit tired. I'm going into my second year of the MD program here at UWA, and yeah, I guess I'm just really passionate about using social media. I'm really learning how to use Twitter, so if anyone's not great on Twitter, come find me. And yeah, just kind of growing and expanding as a person and seeing how we can continue to branch out.
Okay, thank you, Layal. Thank you, Dominique. Well, so we're going to read what we have in Menti. If you haven't opened the link and answered the question, please do it right now. We just have only a few minutes to do it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. 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 Oh. So people have answered what is advocacy for them, and we have, okay, this moving so fast, speaking up, a call to action, speaking through power, giving voice to a group, making change, being a voice, spreading the word, to convince, public support on our the idea, necessary, advocacy is necessary, that's true, standing up for rights, lobbying, oh my god, change everything. Okay, so yeah, I like these answers, and we're going to know right now what is advocacy for all the. Okay, so I would like to give you an idea of what you can expect through this session meeting. And first, we need to know what is advocacy. And it's a tool for putting a problem into the agenda, providing a solution to that problem, and building support for acting on both the problem and the solution. This definition expresses an important idea, and this is that in a digital and network age, advocacy is not just about influencing public policies, but also, and first of all, about influencing public opinion. This is the main reason why we do advocacy. And we ask ourselves in GEIGS, how can advocacy help? And, oh, I'm sorry. And well, first of all, we need to ensure that all people in society are able to have their voice heard on issues that are important to them. We need to protect and promote their rights, promote and consolidate democracy, and have their views and wishes generally considered when the decisions are being made about their life. Well, this was a little brief introduction about advocacy, and without further delay, let me introduce to our great first speaker, Dr. Dominique, who will be talking more about this. Welcome on board, Dom. I'm delighted to have you. I don't know if you want that I keep sharing my screen or you want to share yourself.
No, it's fine. You can keep sharing. I think that saves
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Sure. Well, hi everyone. It's a great pleasure to be speaking about both social media and written advocacy. And so I'm gonna kind of give you a picture of how you can use social media as a tool for advocacy purposes. And I'm gonna kind of run you through why and what kind of the successes have been of social media specifically in global surgery, and how kind of to the same extent we can extend it to kind of the work of GEIGS and gender equity more broadly. And then also how beyond just the social media scope, how we can more effectively reach the public, reach policymakers, etc., both through social media, but also through written advocacy in terms of op-eds and so forth. So next slide, please. So specifically from a social media perspective, we live in a day and age where connectivity is far and wide. And I think the current pandemic has also illustrated that, where we were all forced to kind of move towards the virtual world and away from the in-person world, especially from an academic perspective. But around the world, over 40% and closely to 50% even of adults now have a smartphone. And almost 3 billion people have somewhat of some sort of a social media account. Our majority is on Facebook with over 2 billion people, I believe, as well as around 300 to 400 million people on Twitter and other social media platforms like LinkedIn and so forth. Next slide, please. Now, social media has a couple of strengths related to it. And on the left, you see kind of the four main kind of strengths of it is basically the asynchronicity. And so that means that it doesn't matter when we're posting a message. So whenever I, for example, tweet now, somebody else can see it in 8 hours of now. They don't have to see it immediately. It is universal. I can tweet it now and somebody on the other side of the world can instantly read it. And obviously that's also related to the instantness, but it's also participatory. And unlike, for example, conferences or our academic environments or hospitals or so, where you still have somewhat of a threshold because you might feel a bit held back to ask a question to panelists, or you might feel that there is a hierarchy where you have to be careful about. In social media, there's less of that threshold and there's more participation where everybody can ask anybody. I can ask the Director General of the WHO something on Twitter. They might not respond, but I have the opportunity to actually reach anybody I want on social media. And so the goal of social media is really just for us to inform individuals from an advocacy perspective, eventually persuade, and then lastly, help them move to action and hoping to create movements and momentums to actually come to such action. Next slide, please. Now, social media has, specifically from kind of a social change perspective, already shown its successes over the past few years. Now, social media has its downsides in the sense that misinformation can be spread and so forth, but social media can also be a very powerful tool to actually come together and work towards a common and typically good cause or good goal. And the past year has shown that with the COVID-19 pandemic, with Black Lives Matter and so forth, but also in the past, kind of in the earlier days of social media, the Arab Spring, as well as the Japan Tsunami Relief Fund, have shown great examples of people coming together in just a very short amount of time, in a matter of a few days, to really, on the one hand, set up movements to kind of counteract political environments, as well as with regards to the Japan Tsunami Relief Fund, really to bring about social change to respond to natural disasters and kind of crowdsource these resources. Next slide, please. Now, specifically to the current pandemic, and this relates not just to the pandemic, but also more broadly, but to kind of to put it in the perspective of this pandemic, social media has been used for public health education. We are all forced, or at least at the start, we were all forced to at least remain at home And in a time of uncertainty, this was also a common platform for us to disseminate information with regards to public health measures such as social distancing, washing our hands, masking, and so forth, as well as countering the misinformation that was coming about from groups that were polarizing these initiatives and polarizing these measures. And so that's kind of a balance that we have to be mindful of with social media, but it shows that there is kind of a power of really bringing the public on the same platform and on the same page. Also from a telehealth diagnostics perspectives, obviously social media has allowed to kind of extend that towards keeping patients out of clinics, at least during the peak of the pandemic or peak of local outbreaks. Psychological first aid, creating social networks, and you see that obviously with GEIGS as well, where people are and creating networks to not only talk about common themes, common interests, etc., but also have each other's back, have each other's support during times of social distancing or kind of being spread around the world. Fourthly is also the shift to virtual learning and the expansion thereof, and I think that kind of goes to show also with this GA as well, where we're obviously able to learn from each other despite not being in the same room. And then lastly, also accelerating research and disseminating that research as well through both academic as well as non-academic platforms. Next slide, please. So from an advocacy perspective, obviously this year has really been kind of the spotlight has been on COVID-19, deservedly so, and still so. However, other issues within global health, we've seen that with the Black Lives Matter movement, but also in terms of general health disparities within global surgery and beyond global surgery, are issues that are still persisting despite the COVID-19 pandemic, and to an extent even kind of aggravated as a result of the pandemic. And so various voices within the global surgery movement as well as beyond that have spoken up to actually say, okay, look, we are in this issue of the pandemic, but we cannot forget about other issues. And similarly, with regards to gender equity, that's an issue as well, as we've seen with kind of the skewed decision-making by governments, by national task forces in terms of COVID-19 related decision-making, which is very heavily male-dominated. And that in itself also has to be a point of advocacy and a point of rebuttal during this pandemic and far beyond. Next slide, please. Now that kind of transcends me or kind of moves me towards the actual social media aspect. I'm going to be mostly speaking with examples of Twitter. I'm personally biased because I really love Twitter, but also, next slide, please. I'll show you why Twitter specifically from the social media perspective is really powerful. Next slide, please. And that is because the Twitter community is very broad, especially from a professional perspective, as well as from a high level advocacy perspective. And GEIGS in itself has really leveraged that from the start. And you see the Twitter account was started in February 2019. And very early on, as of the first tweet, it already kind of hit off with everybody liking, retweeting. It really kind of already from the start had a broad reach. Next slide. So for SOMI, or social media as an abbreviation, there are a variety of strengths related to it. And obviously SOMI aspires equity and really brings about equity movements, such as, for example, the gender equity movement with I Look Like a Surgeon, with Women in Surgery and so forth, as well as from a broader health equity and global surgery equity perspective. Next slide. And earlier this year has been brought up earlier today as well by Lotta and Ileana. Obviously, GEIGS has been very vocal as well as during the Black Lives Matter movement, as well as far beyond that, bringing out a statement which was very well received, and also being vocal about contemporary and actual issues. Next slide. But also in terms of beyond just equity, social media helps to break barriers. It allows us to kind of speak up for issues that are at hand in the community, in society, with our colleagues and so forth, but also allows us to kind of break through the status quo and allow things to be changed as well. Next slide, please. And obviously this creates networks, as I mentioned before, and this is kind of a picture from the global surgery movement, which shows at a 6-month time period back in 2018, where we checked where people were tweeting, when people were tweeting, etc. We can clearly see that people are using the hashtag global surgery from all around the world, and people are really connected in all parts of the world. That's very exciting to see, because it also brings kind of a different perspective to all these dialogues and different breadth to the advocacy that we are doing, as well as reaching individuals at various stages of their careers and various backgrounds and parts of the world as well. Next slide. But it also develops collaborations, and obviously GEIGS is a great example from both an advocacy, network, research perspective, and that has allowed various groups such as GEIGS, such as Incision, such as other broader social media movements to really establish international research collaborations, advocacy collaborations, to kind of put our hands on top of each other and really join hands and join forces towards a common goal to actually come to kind of greater initiatives and greater solutions to common problems. Next slide. It also educates en masse, and so it basically kind of reaches not only a lot of people, but it also engages a lot of people. And this is an example of a Twitter chat from back in 2019 with Incision, which shows that at the time was 3.4 million accounts that were reached. So basically 3.4 million people who've seen tweets regarding the Twitter chat pass their eyes, and both Twitter chats as well as just common messaging allows us to really discuss, but also reach a lot of people around the world. Next slide. For kind of a GEIGS perspective, is that also from very early on, GEIGS was involved with Twitter chats as well as webinars, which were widely received, both live as well as long communications, long discussions extending far beyond that. And that was very engaging to see, because at the time, and still is, but especially at the time, GEIGS was very young, but it already reached so many people on social media, as well as those who were attending live. And so it's very encouraging to see how platforms like this can really leverage that as well. Next slide. And then lastly, and this is kind of a perspective from my background with Incision, but that obviously it kind of relates to any kind of academic movement or any kind of equity movement. It enables us to also hear the voices of the future, whether it is a junior medical student, senior medical students, young doctors, and so forth. The participatory nature of social media really allows us to hear from people who otherwise might not be heard, who otherwise might not be sitting at panels and conferences and so forth, because of a variety of barriers. And so social media really allows us to hear from different voices and allow them to give them an opportunity to speak up as well, to network, to connect with the right people, and to learn from each other as well throughout. Next slide. And this is really kind of from a higher level perspective, kind of shows how social media really can be used to a higher level. And that when I mean high level advocacy, I'm not just talking about advocacy for the common public, so not just reaching patients and general healthcare providers, but also reaching the policymakers, the funders, the decision makers, the people who are sitting in their offices at the ministries, at the WHO, at the UN, and so forth. High-level meetings, so meetings such as the WHO, the WHO's World Health Assembly, the United Nations General Assembly, and so forth, which are basically the GAs of these international organizations, are times where policymakers, funders, media, and so forth are widely active on social media. And that is because they want to kind of relay the information or the discussions that are taking place in New York and Geneva, et cetera, to the public, to whoever is following them, because these are critical times every year where policymakers, decision makers, ministries of health, and so forth are sitting together and are discussing issues pertinent to health and broader society at that given time. And so obviously this year has been largely in light of pandemic preparedness and vaccines production and distribution and so forth. But in the previous years, obviously, there have been different focuses, one of which obviously has been global surgery as well. And so on the right, you can see kind of how I leveraged the timeliness of the WHA, which is the World Health Assembly, back in 2018, 2019 this was, where there was a kind of a great success for the global surgery movement, because in 2015, the WHO and all member states acknowledged surgery and anesthesia care on the global health agenda. But in 2019 was the first time that countries were actually reporting to the WHO on what the progress was in terms of access to surgical care in their countries. And so the WHO and the Director General, which is Dr. Tedros, they brought out a statement, which was a 1.5 pager about what kind of the improvements were since 2015, which was kind of a great success, because it allows us to kind of say, okay, the WHO is also behind this. And we can now kind of communicate to people who are beyond the surgical community to say, WHO is behind this, and this is what has been happening. I kind of used that from an advocacy perspective, because I followed this not only by sharing what was being said, but also following this with a 100-tweet thread with 100 reasons why we should actually invest in SAO care. A 100-tweet thread is not something that I necessarily recommend, because it's a lot of work, but it's kind of a good way to catch people's attention and keep them engaged, because it kind of contributes a variety of perspectives, and it also shows to people, at least for what we are advocating for, that there is more than what they generally tend to be thinking about, especially if they're outside of the community or outside of the cause that you are advocating for. Next slide, please. And to put kind of another perspective to it, or kind of another showcase of success of social media, this is Richard Horton. For those who do not know him, he's the editor-in-chief of The Lancet, and The Lancet is obviously one of the most renowned medical journals that there is. And right before the World Health Assembly opening in 2019, Dr. Horton, he went to social media. He's very active in social media, but he went to social media and he said, okay, well, just kind of hypothetically speaking, if you were to speak to all 194 member states that are part of the WHO and are at the World Health Assembly, so all the ministers of health of those member states, of those countries, what would you say to them? What are for you the priorities, and what do you think that they should focus on? Now, nobody thought that he would actually be including that. I mean, everybody kind of thought that this was just another tweet. But people responded, and people obviously, they shared their thoughts. And lo and behold, a couple of days later, he went up and he spoke to all of these ministers of health that were sitting in Geneva, that were sitting in that auditorium. And he listened to the people who spoke to him on Twitter. And he actually listened to that and said, okay, these are the 5 priorities, not just what I think, not just what experts think at your ministers of health, but what the public thinks, what healthcare providers think, what people think is important to them. And so because of that, it also shows how social media can really be used not only for our own purpose and for our own advocacy, but also to reach policymakers and reach people who are actually making these decisions to actually create meaningful change in the policies and in implementation. Next slide. And beyond that, it's also a great way to cause, or to kind of ensure priming of individuals. And so these are 2 tweets which seem to be very meaningless. It's just simple tweets by the WHO on the left, by the UNITAR arm, which is kind of the research and training arm of the UN, talking about global surgery, talking about surgery. And the importance of this is that in itself, it is just one tweet. They send out hundreds, if not thousands, of tweets over the years. But the importance is that people generally do not think about the WHO and surgery. They do not think about the UN and surgery. They might not think, even though both the WHO and UNITAR are pretty vocal these days in terms of gender equity, but they might not necessarily, the common public might not necessarily associate them with these movements. But it's very important, because if people see this, they're being primed, they're being caught, kind of caused to change their perception of WHO is not just about malaria, TB, infectious diseases, and so forth, but it also might be about surgery. UN might not just be about economic growth, might not just be about education, but maybe it might also be about gender equity. And so these things are very important to really ensure priming of individuals when they see this. Next slide. And these are some tips before I kind of transition to the written aspect. But whenever you're using social media, be conscious about what you're putting out, in the sense that obviously there's a lot of misinformation coming on on social media, but there's also a lot of volatility and kind of a tense environment at times on social media due to especially anonymous accounts being very aggressive in terms of certain responses. And I think the pandemic unfortunately has aggravated that because of the political divergence of certain public health measures. But kind of from you, if you're tweeting, or your organization is tweeting, make sure to tweet responsibly. We always want to make sure that we're creating allies, not enemies. Somebody's disagreeing with you, see why they're disagreeing with you, see if you can kind of understand their perspective and address their concerns regarding a certain issue or a certain message. But feel free to provoke it to an extent you're doing wisely. So again, do not offend, but you can provoke in the sense that you can kind of add messaging that is providing some food for thought. And on the right, I kind of put an example also again from the WHA, but this was from in 2018, where unfortunately in 2018 on the entire World Health Assembly's agenda, there was no mention whatsoever of surgery and anesthesia care. Yeah, 5 billion people, 5 out of 7 people worldwide lack access to safe, timely, and affordable surgical, obstetric, and anesthesia care. And so I tweeted and I said, okay, we're here at the opening of the WHA. We're getting kind of an introduction of what the WHA is about and what we'll be seeing and hearing the next few days. But we're not hearing about surgical care. And so obviously we're sitting here in Geneva, but we're also privileged because everybody who is sitting here in Geneva, who can afford to come to Geneva, also has access to surgical and anesthesia care. We don't see, or we don't personally experience these disparities. And so I kind of provoked it in a sense that saying, what if out of all of us here, 5 out of 7 would not have access to surgical care? Will we then change our agendas? And so in that way, we can kind of provoke, but we're not doing it in the sense that we are offending people, but we're just putting some food for thought. Now, along those lines, always double check before you tweet something. You can always make a typo, that's okay, but make sure that you are, again, not offending people because everything you tweet is permanent. So double check that. If you want to provoke, that's okay. There's always going to be some people who are offended by a certain message. But making sure that you're not doing it from kind of a malicious perspective. Secondly, be consistent, especially from an advocacy perspective for GEIGS or for your own personal initiatives. Be consistent and try to spread a bit your messages rather than just tweeting once a month and just tweeting 100 times in one day and then just disappearing for a month again. But also tailor your message to your audience. So if you're talking about gender equity, what does it mean for people, for policymakers? What does it mean for the public? What does it mean for healthcare providers? See who your audience is, see who you want to reach, and tailor whatever you're communicating to that specific audience. Next slide. And that kind of transitions me to a shorter portion of my presentation, but I think is also a very important aspect, and that is the written advocacy part beyond just social media. Next slide. And with that, I do want to kind of mention that today, in addition to the fact that it's a General Assembly, it's also Universal Health Coverage Day. Universal Health Coverage Day every year is on December 12th, and it is basically a day where we're spreading awareness about universal health coverage. And my kind of, how shall I say, my path in terms of op-ed writing, in terms of public writing, is at least in English, actually started on Universal Health Coverage Day in December of 2016. And this was my first piece that was at the time about Universal Health Coverage Day and how that we also should be including surgical care within the UHC conversation. And so obviously this kind of, and I'll show you later as well, this is kind of a good opportunity to say, okay, this is a timely issue. Now I'm going to speak up about it, and now I'm going to kind of extend the conversation beyond how the conversations have traditionally been going on. Next slide. So, and the next slides, you're going to be seeing that these are all kind of pictures and kind of examples, but I'm going to kind of narrate also kind of what I mean with these different things. And so I'm running you through a couple of my own pieces to showcase how you can really truly leverage written pieces to advocate for certain causes. It's important to be personal. If you're writing about something, in addition to talking about a certain issue that's happening around the world, see if you can kind of relate that to a personal experience or somebody else's personal experience. So for me, this piece, which was also about gender equity in terms of surgical care, was kind of inspired by my time when I was doing my intern year in Tokyo in Japan. And as an aspiring cardiac surgeon, I went to the Cardiac Surgery Conference of Japan, the annual meeting there. But unfortunately, only one out of kind of an estimate, a ballpark figure, 1 out of 100 people who were sitting in the auditorium of all these cardiac surgeons from Japan, only 1 out of 100 approximately was female. And so, as Ileana mentioned earlier as well, in East Asia, there is definitely kind of a different perspective to gender equity as we see in Europe and North America, and it's largely culturally driven. But there are really powerful voices on the ground who are changing that as well. So for my piece, I reached out to one of the strongest female surgery advocates in Japan, who was the founder of the Japanese Association for Women Surgeons organization. And she kind of put her perspective as well to kind of provide a quote to say, okay, look, this is my perspective and this is what's been happening, but also how we can actually address that and why we need to address that. And without, you can both kind of make it personal from your own perspective, but also give the voice to others in terms of the advocacy or in terms of the messaging that you're putting out. Next slide. Be timely. So again, as I mentioned with UAC Day, see what is going on. And if you want to talk about something, make sure that it kind of relates to something that is very actual or very contemporary, just because this draws more attention than if you were to talk about something that happened 3 years ago. And this was a piece that I actually wrote earlier this pandemic about the US kind of trying to attract people or healthcare providers from other parts of the world, specifically from LMICs, to come and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic in the US. But as opposed to kind of seeing what this measure is and saying, okay, this is happening, kind of the flip side of that was that even though we could kind of see this as a solidarity perspective where the US says, okay, come and help, we need your help, etc. At the same time, it's also kind of a form of privilege or power imbalance where the US can say, okay, look, people want to come to the US for a variety of perspectives. We might be able to afford a higher salary, or we might not be able to kind of consider what will go on after the pandemic. They were kind of using that power position to say, okay, just come to the US, you can come and help us with the COVID-19 pandemic, but not saying what will happen after, not saying what will happen to kind of the countries where they're sourcing these healthcare providers from, who obviously from kind of a health workers and health infrastructure perspective, were at the time bound to potentially be affected even more. Luckily, a lot of LMICs, most LMICs have been able to cope much better than high income countries. But at the time, that was not kind of the situation that people were anticipating. And so this is something to be mindful of as well. Next slide. So feel free to be bold. Again, don't be offensive, but feel free to kind of take bold positions. And equity movements inherently kind of take bold positions because they try to challenge the status quo. And for those who have read a couple of my pieces, you know that I'm very much vocal about kind of decolonization of global health and global surgery, and being mindful of kind of the language that we're using. And so this was a piece that I wrote with regards to kind of the global health vocabulary that we have these days when we talk about, for example, developing countries versus developed countries, or rich countries versus poor countries, or global south versus global north, which is kind of a combination of terminology that irks me personally, but I know that affects a lot of people as well, because it's causing a distinction, saying that certain countries are not developed, whereas they might be, or they, well, are to an extent, to a variety of extents. Whereas also from kind of a global north, global south, as well as from a rich versus poor perspective, this is really driving or building on previous colonial terms and previous colonial movements that have really caused a divide between countries, but also are causing certain quote unquote low resource countries to be plundered, because they actually have a lot of natural resources which are being pulled out by high income countries, which are supposedly high resource countries. And so it's okay to be bold. And so obviously this piece was also not well received by some individuals, but I guess that's also that also speaks more about what their perspectives are about global health or about colonialism, neocolonialisms these days. But it again kind of gives a perspective of how you can use written pieces for your advocacy. Next slide, please. Be patient. So obviously, not every piece will be accepted. Not every piece will go in a big outlet. Not every piece will be going viral. Not every piece will be actually causing meaningful change. But at least it's adding to kind of an agenda or kind of adding to a cause that we're advocating about. And this was actually the only piece for me that actually ever went viral to an extent. And that was also picked up by Al Jazeera, and I was also very lucky for that to be covered on Al Jazeera live on TV. But this was talking about kind of my perspective as somebody from a high-income country who was lucky because of the place where I was born and the passport that I had in my hand to be able to access places like Geneva, New York, to go to the United Nations General Assembly, to go to the World Health Assembly. But the people who were there kind of weren't seeing the same perspective as those people who were kind of not allowed to go to, for example, Geneva, not just from a financial perspective, but because their visas were rejected, because their countries didn't have a Schengen zone access, because of all of these barriers that were in place for people from various parts of the world. And so for me, I kind of used that as a perspective to say, okay, look, I'm lucky, I'm privileged, but we have to be mindful that not everybody, most people unfortunately are not. And yet the people who are here sitting in Geneva, who are here sitting in New York, they're taking the decisions for the majority of the world who can be here, who can speak up. And obviously the policies that they're going to develop are not going to be in tune, are not going to be in line with what the public needs, with what the vast majority of the world needs. And so that also was kind of the intent of this piece, but luckily was also kind of covered by various media outlets and kind of provided a segue through further advocacy. Next slide. And be critical. So it's in addition to being bold, you can be critical, especially about your own environments. So even though I'm now physically in Belgium because of the pandemic, I'm still a student in the US. And I see obviously within the US environment that there are a lot of disparities in terms of the US healthcare system, in terms of outcomes, in terms of access to care, in terms of financial coverage and health insurance and so forth. And so this was a piece that it was a very short piece, a letter that I wrote to the New York Times for the United Nations General Assembly in 2019, speaking about the irony of holding a high-level meeting on universal health coverage in New York, in a country that is so struck by disparities in access to care, by major bills, by surprise billing, where people are being sued because they're unable to afford care, where people are being pushed into poverty because they just had an accident that they couldn't, that there's nothing that they could do about, or because they were born with a congenital anomaly and so forth, and that there wasn't a safety net to actually address that. And yet everybody was sitting in their suits in New York at the United Nations talking about universal health coverage, not understanding that if they would just cross the street, they would be able to talk to so many people who are having issues with accessing care, affording care, and so forth. Next slide. And obviously I can't kind of talk about written advocacy without speaking about actually the people who I've learned most from and who are actually the best in what they do and the best of what I'm lucky to be talking about here. But I also recognize that I'm not the expert in this case. And Jackie, I'm glad that she's also on the call, so hopefully she can also provide her perspective later, but I would also recommend you to go and look at her YouTube talk that she gave for Incision on global health and journalism, and how we can actually write more effectively and more extensively in terms of global health, global surgery, gender equity, and so forth. Next slide. But also to listen to what she and others have to say, see what they're doing, what are success stories of them, what are kind of effective phrasings and wordings that they're using, and how can you kind of write in a similar manner or kind of construct a similar narrative to different situations. But also don't be afraid to ask what they think, how they are perceiving a certain opinion piece or something that you've written, I've been lucky to be able to ask Jackie a couple of times to read a couple of my opinion pieces, and she's always been very constructive and helpful in kind of fine-tuning, kind of improving whatever I've written. And so I've been very grateful of that. I've also luckily had the chance to work with her in this editorial on kind of extending the op-ed writing beyond just obviously the public and beyond just the people who are interested in op-ed writing, but also talk to people in the academic world and saying, okay, don't just think about academic publishing and preaching to the choir, think about talking to policymakers, to the public and so forth, who aren't necessarily reading academic papers, but who are reading newspapers, who are reading magazines, who are reading just general outlets that aren't necessarily for the academic community, but also reaching them, because otherwise we are always just preaching to the choir and we aren't really actually creating change or creating meaningful advocacy movements. Next slide. And this kind of comes to the end of my points. But what I would say is just start now. Don't feel kind of held back because you think, oh, I'm a first-year medical student, or I've just started my master's, or whichever stage of the career you are in. It's always a good time to get started. Doesn't matter kind of what your experience or your background is. You have a certain set of expertise, a unique background, a unique skill set that you can provide or that you can bring to a certain perspective or a certain topic. And for you, it's really just important to kind of get an understanding, okay, what is going on inside my community in terms of the broader global health community, the gender equity community, and reflect what you're reading. Think, is everything being covered? Is something missing? Have they missed a point? Am I completely in disagreement? And think about what kind of constitutes arguments to build your own arguments, whether it is from personal experiences or just from kind of your perspective that you have. Write and rewrite, it's all just a matter of practice. You can kind of become an expert or kind of become proficient in anything without practice, and it's the same thing for writing. So write and rewrite. Oftentimes you'll be writing something and you say, okay, this is not worth it, I'll try again, I'll try again, and I'll try again. Every piece that I write, I've had a couple of iterations right before that, oftentimes where I had to completely start from scratch, and that's okay because it's all part of kind of the practice makes perfect motto or slogan, or however you want to say it. But also ask and discuss. As I mentioned, obviously I've been lucky to talk to Jackie for a variety of perspectives and see what she thinks about my pieces, but I've also been able to engage with others such as Shia, who's on this call, Zinab, who was on this call, etc., and see what their perspectives were. Are they agreeing with me? Are they disagreeing with me? And if they're disagreeing with me, why is that? What am I missing? Or how can we kind of make sure that the message or the communication that we're providing is not just one-sided, is not just my perspective, but also considering other perspectives and other reflections as well as is it relevant, is it translatable, is it understandable by others, and so forth. And then fourthly is just try. It's okay to try and fail. For every piece that I get out, I have 5 to 10 pieces that don't get out, and that's okay. Not every piece will be a success, but some pieces will. And the last time I gave a talk like this was for the Global Surgery Student Alliance, the GSSA, in the spring of this year. And one of the students who attended that talk actually tried it, and he wrote a letter and actually published a single author piece in the Lancet on COVID-19 specifically, but kind of from his perspective, and obviously again a timeliness perspective with regards to the pandemic, but how we can address this pandemic and how we can integrate and incorporate and be mindful of disparities throughout this pandemic, regardless of kind of the stage of the career within, or specifically with a focus on socioeconomic disparities and so forth within our own as well as the broader communities. And so with that, I kind of want to come to a close. I'm happy to kind of answer any questions you might have, but I hope that this kind of gives you perspective, both from the social media side, as well as from kind of the op-ed writing, letter to the editor writing side, how we can really leverage both tools to advocate more effectively, more extensively, and really bring our message beyond just the echo chambers that we're consistently talking to, but also reach the policymakers, public, and so forth. Change their mindset, change their narrative, and eventually move towards more equitable practices within our societies. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dominique. Now we're going to introduce Layal. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Layal, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, great. So, well, we're going to start your part. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm all good. I've only got a couple slides because I'm sure we're all keen to ask Dom and Jackie and Linda some great questions. So this part of the advocacy session is just designed to introduce you to our team. So we work really hard throughout the year to ensure that we are continuing advocacy the whole year round. So if Linda flicks to the next slide, you have my beautiful graphic of pictures, which is kind of cute. Oh, it looks adorable. So our team consists of 3 co-chairs. So you can see them up here. So Isabella, Pedra, and Mohsen. And then we have our advocacy council. So that's myself, Linda, Natalie, Gabriella, Zoe, Caroline, and Dale, Genevieve, and Kaya. So basically the advocacy chairs, the advocacy co-leads work with the chairs and they try to set direction for the advocacy team. Then us, so we're the advocacy council members, we work to create social media posts in collaboration with other teams. We help promote initiatives globally in conjunction with regional leads. And we promote opportunities for further learning about gender equity in global surgery through things like Article of the Month and Journal Club. So if Linda swipes to the next slide. Awesome. So Twitter Hour is something that you guys can all get involved in. And I hope that Dom, he delivered an amazing talk. And I really hope that it's inspired you to get involved and like be advocates yourself. If you maybe want to go like kind of like step by step, I feel like Twitter Hour is a really great way to get out there without necessarily having to write your own things. And I don't know, I feel like it's kind of like a good intro step. So we will put out questions and we have been doing them relatively weekly. If you follow our socials, you'll see exactly when we're doing Twitter Hours and Twitter chat. So some questions we put out is what makes a good fit for an effective mentor-mentee match? What can we do to have more trans surgeons represented in the surgical workforce? And what are the controversies surrounding gender equity in global surgery and how can they be addressed? And we love to hear your responses to these questions. They're really thought-provoking. We'd love to hear any of your comments and responses to them. And it's a really great way for you to engage in our social media campaigns that we run. To keep up to date with everything we're doing, our social media tags are at the bottom. So make sure you follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. You'll see all of our Twitter Hour content. You'll see our retweets and our reshares. And you guys also have a huge part in retweeting and resharing some of our posts if you find them interesting or thought-provoking for your communities and networks. We're always so keen to hear any new ideas or feedback on how we can continue to spread the word. So if you have any ideas, definitely feel free to get in contact with us via any of our socials. And this is just kind of a personal reflection. I've only been on the team for maybe a month and a half now, but I think it's absolutely incredible how a team from so many different time zones and parts of the world are united in the advocacy for global surgery. In the midst of all our clinical rotations, different time zones and exams, we're still able to pull together and present a united front and platform for people to be further educated, opinions shared, and for action to be taken, which I think is truly amazing. So keep it up, guys. You're all doing an incredible job. And just you being here shows your willingness to learn and develop. And yeah, it's so exciting. So that's all from me.
Okay, so now we have our part of Q&A. If you have any question, please let it on the chat and we'll answer it. I don't know, Haba, can you help me? Do you have any questions?
I have some questions. Okay, so first of all, an amazing question. Why did you become an advocate for gender equity in global surgery? And this is for both of you and Jackie as well. So Dominic, you can go first.
Sure, I think that's a great question. So for me, as I mentioned, obviously I had a great team that I had lucky to work with and learn from when I was in Boston, but I was kind of inspired to kind of get involved with the gender equity movement far before that, because I had been involved with Incision, the International Student Circle Network, since we started it in 2016. And when I was working in the field of global surgery, from very early on, kind of my role models were Isabel Martz and Zina Bentounsi. Zina, I believe, is also still in this call. And they were also two of the co-founders of Incision. And so seeing kind of their drive, their dedication in terms of advancing the field of global surgery, and being lucky enough to work with them over the years, but also having mentors in both global surgery, vascular surgery, cardiac surgery, all of whom are female surgeon champions, it really kind of gave me a perspective of not only seeing everything that they did to advance the field from kind of an academic perspective, but also seeing kind of the flip side, unfortunately, what the disparities are in terms of care provision, in terms of academic promotional pathways, in terms of representation at meetings and fields and so forth. And so throughout my time with Incision, as well as kind of seeing firsthand, as I mentioned, my experience in Japan, seeing how at the level of the field that I want to go into at cardiac surgery, seeing how much of a distinction or how much of a gap that there is, it really kind of empowered me to also speak up about these issues, because I understood that I was privileged being a white man from Europe. I understood that I had a certain privilege, and that I also had to be mindful of kind of the positions that I took, or the place that I took, or the opportunities that I accepted, and also be mindful of these issues, and being there to say no when needed, but also kind of working with and learning from and listening to others who unfortunately don't always have the same opportunities or kind of things that come up. And so I've been very lucky to kind of learn from, as I mentioned, Zainab and Isabel, but as well as many others who are obviously on this call as well. And so I'm hoping that kind of can continue, and I'm very confident that can continue as well. But that's kind of my young introduction in terms of gender equity and my involvement in the field.
Well, hi, I'm Linda. As I said before, I am from Venezuela. And here, I think we don't have so many opportunities for fighting for gender equity, even for human rights. It's those basic human rights. It's a little bit difficult. So I consider myself a feminist, and I've been trying to find a way to be an activist in this field. So I found GEIGS for a meeting, for some messages that I watch on social media and etc. And I think that this is my way to try to start to being an activist in this gender equity field area topic, because I can be like the voice in my country, because we need a lot of help to start promoting policies for gender equities. Here in Latin America, it's a little bit difficult to fight for this, because our culture is like, I don't know, very macho, very much with the, I forgot the name of that word, but it's difficult for us. So I started in GEIGS, and I'm really happy to be here. It being just like 1 month, but I've learned a lot, and I've been able to participate in many of the activities that we have. So I invite you to join us, continue fighting for this, for gender equity.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to say a couple words. Dom is an amazing writer and gives me way too much credit for his beginnings in advocacy with op-ed writing. But I had always liked gender equity. It was always important. I mean, I'm in neurosurgery, where there's really very few women. And then obviously I'm very interested in global surgery. And I think what got me into writing was I realized just what a powerful tool it is. I mean, there's a time and place for research, and we need to collect data, and we need to describe the problem. we have, but kind of what Dom alluded to is the people who you need to be talking to is sometimes not in academia. In fact, often are not in academia at all. They're policymakers, they're voters, they're people who are reading magazines, they're people who are reading newspapers. There's a stat somewhere in neurosurgery, because it's such a small field, that everybody, the average readers for a manuscript is something like 7 people in a manuscript's lifetime. And that's kind of depressing. And to contrast that, Eliana and I wrote a piece about gender equity in global surgery. We did this a couple years ago, and that piece got published in CNN. And not only that, but that article then became trending in Apple News. So every single person in the world who had an iPhone could look down and find that that's the trending article. And I don't know the stats, but I'm willing to bet 1 million people might have read that article. And that's easily more than I could ever get from like publishing and, you know, any of the neurosurgery manuscripts or global surgery manuscripts. So I think it's necessary as far as like getting for fields like ours, where so much is policy and social change.
All right. Thank you so much for these inspiring answers. I can go to the next question, which is to Dominic. So as you mentioned earlier, today is the World Universal Health Coverage Day. So how can we best advocate for inclusion of global surgery and gender equity in USC?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm glad you kind of bring that up, because obviously beyond just the GA, as you mentioned, it's UHC Day, and it's a big momentum that UHC kind of is getting, not just within the global health community, but recently, 2 years ago, the United Nations also acknowledged it as an official day. So it wasn't just a couple of academicians and NGOs, et cetera, that were talking about universal health coverage, but it was also the UN saying, okay, every year, December 12th, it's an official day. We're going to officially acknowledge it. And so that was kind of a big pivotal moment. And so it's growing every year. And you see that a lot of countries are now developing universal health coverage plans to move towards, well, universal health coverage. But obviously, if we want to move to universal health coverage, we can't just talk about the conversations that we have been having over the past 2 years, because first there were the Millennium Development Goals, now there are the Sustainable Development Goals. And for those who are not aware of kind of how far they've reached and how good the progress has been, there has been progress, but it's been largely kind of sober to see how much that we have moved as a global community towards these targets. And kind of from a surgical perspective, with regards to the Millennium Development Goals, a big part of, for example, not reaching the decrease in maternal mortality that the Millennium Development Goals had kind of put forward was in large part also because of a lack of maternal services, obstetric services, etc. Really emphasizing that, okay, we have to not just think about infectious diseases when we talk about global health, but also talk about surgery. We actually want to reach these goals, want to talk about actual universal health coverage. And it's the same extent in terms of gender equity. Jackie mentioned that she and Ileana wrote a piece on gender equity within global surgery. And when we talk about global surgery, we see that there are such gaps in terms of healthcare provision from a workforce perspective, from a policy perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, between LMICs and so low and middle income countries and high income countries. And that is in large part because obviously, I mean, there are gaps in workforce, but there are also gaps in terms of gender inclusivity, et cetera, in terms of workforce in LMICs and in HICs, which can help fill those gaps. And also from kind of the policy perspective can help bring a different perspective that is providing broader coverage to all those in need, rather than just the individuals who are sitting at the table and are obviously only thinking about the individuals who are sitting at the table. And so if we want to move to universal health coverage, issues such as global surgery, issues such as gender equity will have to be part of that conversation, because otherwise universal will never be universal.
Thank you so much for answering. So as we're running out of time, here is one more question to all of you, Jackie, Dominic, and Linda. What skills do you think are needed to use social media to drive social change? We can start with Linda. Go ahead.
Hi. Well, I think that the most important thing is have something to say and be conscious that it's your responsibility. All the words that you put on your social media, you have to be conscious of that and be sure about what you're writing about. Maybe I suggest that you should study a little bit about what you're going to tweet or share information, because it is important to share information with like knowledge and in a responsibility way. If someone asks you about something, you cannot answer them properly if you don't know about what you're talking about. So I think that's the most important thing about being an advocate on social media.
Yeah, so from my perspective, how I can kind of see advocacy and social media, just beyond kind of the general points that I discussed earlier, how I kind of approach my activity on social media is, one, obviously being active, being responsive. When people are responding to your posts, respond to them, see what different people have to say about a certain topic that you're talking about. And kind of see different perspective as well, but also kind of stay on top of what is happening in the world. And so today is UHC Day, so obviously that would be an issue that we are aware of. If it's for example the World Health Assembly, be aware of what is being discussed and how can we kind of tie in whatever we're advocating for with what's happening at a certain point in time. And it's similar to kind of like the policies that are being taken on the local level in our own societies or communities or at the national level. And kind of tying that in as well. Now, in addition to that, how I see social media as well is kind of an opportunity to also echo what others are saying. It's not just about what am I saying, what am I thinking, what am I putting out, but also sharing what others have to say or share, whether it's an organization or whether it's an individual. Twitter has the opportunity to retweet, so that's kind of an easy way where you could kind of share posts of others, because obviously it doesn't matter what you think or what you're saying. It necessarily, it's also kind of seeing who can say it best and who has kind of the best perspective to it. And oftentimes it's not just you, or a majority of the times it's not just you. And so it's also a great way to kind of also echo what others are saying and simply sharing that. And kind of a last perspective, and I think that's kind of a something that I personally have to work on, is being mindful of your time on social media. Obviously, it's good to kind of be active and sharing and echoing what others are saying, but it can be a rabbit hole, both kind of on the positive and the negative side. And just finding a balance between, okay, am I really being effective in my messaging versus am I binging and am I posting too much so that people are really not listening anymore because you're posting 1,000 times a day. And so it's kind of finding that balance between being active, being responsive and sharing things, but also not doing it to an extent that people are becoming kind of insensitive to whatever you are saying or sharing.
Maybe Jackie, are you there, Jackie?
So I'm very sorry. I think Habab is having mic troubles, but I think we have to close this session now. I would love to hear more from all of you, because this was really an inspiring and motivating session. But unfortunately, we do have to move on, so we don't run behind for the rest of the program for today. So I don't know if your mic is working, Habab, and you want to close? Or Linda, if you want to close.
Yeah, well, we have some takeaway messages that I'm going to read right now, because I think it's important to remember these things. Well, it's really fast. Okay. So first, remember that the time to be an advocate for global surgery is now. Without those who possess both expertise and experience in achieving gender equity in surgery, legislations, regulations, and other policy decisions may not reflect what is best for gender equity. In SOMI, there is more participation where you can ask everyone anytime. In times of uncertainty, it can help us, but also can polarize. So be careful about it. There is a need for balance. Social media is not only for your personal use, but also to make policies. Remember this, your voice is so important, so powerful, and the power of the pen. We can do so much writing as well. So read and reflect. Thank you all for being here. I'm so proud of being part of GEIGS, and invite you to follow us on our social media. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda, and Habab, Layal, and Dom, and Jackie for a wonderful session. And I'm sure everybody are very inspired now to get out on Twitter and grab their pens, which is exciting because we do need more voices advocating for gender equity in global surgery. So now Nancy and I will be just introducing our next sessions, which we're very excited about. So I'll give the word to you, Nancy.
Sure. So I'm just about to text everyone the link to another session. So what we're trying to do here is have two parallel sessions. The first parallel session will be in this room. It'll be called the Gender Inclusivity Session. It'll feature some of our discussions about gender inclusivity that I kind of hinted at during our introduction and throughout the sessions earlier today. And we will be talking with Sophie Nouveau, who will also guide us through some of her experiences. So we have a wonderful speaker prepared for you. The parallel session will be at the link that I just sent in. So don't leave just yet, because we do want you at one of these too. And I'll pass the mic to Lotta to introduce them.
Exactly. So if you're staying on here, then you'll be attending the session on centering the Global South. And as we mentioned before, this is also one of our focus areas for this year. And as you may know, global surgery and gender equity is really about disparities. And some of these disparities are very large in the Global South, yet little research and little advocacy is kind of conducted in this area, or the Global North is speaking on behalf of the Global South. And so we really want to do this session in the context of decolonizing global health and amplifying the voices of the Global South about global surgery and gender equity. So these are two exciting sessions coming up. Please feel free to pick whichever one fits your interest best. And we are recording both, so you can watch the other one later.
One clarification, because we just spoke the same thing. Stay here for gender inclusivity. Go to the Tufts link that I sent out for Global South. And I'm just going to send it out again.
Yes,
okay,
definitely. The Zoom fatigue is hitting me. All right, so hope you'll all enjoy the sessions, and see you later.
Bye, Lotta. Stay with me, everyone else. Not stay with me, but choose one of the sessions, please.
For gender inclusivity. Okay, should we get started because we are running late?
Sure.
Manor, would you be able to share your screen, since I'm probably gonna...
Yeah, I'm sharing.
I'll spotlight everyone.
You all see it?
Perfect, thank you, Manor. That's awesome.
Okay, and can you all hear me too? All right.
Right.
All right, so welcome you all, welcome Sophie, and welcome everyone who is here to our session on gender inclusivity. I'm Mahanu Nawab, and we have with working. Yeah, so we have Nancy with us. Nancy is the co-chair. We have Eliana, she's a co-founder, and Noor as the session coordinators and the moderators today. So the objective for today's session is that we are going to talk about gender equity and how we can all be advocates for all oppressed genders in surgical fields and in medicine. Before we start the session, I want you all to please change your pronouns if you haven't already to whatever pronouns you would like to be called for. And if you have any questions, please message privately to Nancy. And please make sure to have reviewed the code of conduct, and let's all be respectful of each other.
So I just want to say I'm gonna turn off the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please message me. I'm
Right.
the
Okay, Ilyana.
so you should still be able to message the host only. So I'll be monitoring the chat. If you have any questions, please send in any questions.
So talking about the gender binary, for centuries, our societal norms are constructed in such a way that we have only two identified genders, the gender binary, which is like largely known as the males and the females. And we have attributed certain qualities to each gender and have boxed them into each of the box. And let's say, for example, like the pink color always belongs to the girls. And if it's a blue color, it's only for the boys and no one else. And similarly, the great adjective divide among the males and the females. So if a man can only get is only brave and strong, a woman is weak and dependent, a man who can only get frustrated or angry, a woman is delicate and beautiful, and she is all emotional. Yeah, so there has never been a crosslink between these two genders. And while we have been talking about all these emergent realities which have been prevalent in our society and our workplaces, we have mostly ignored the sideline genders which do not fall under our social construct of the gender binary. So today in this talk, we are going to talk more about and educate ourselves about this entire spectrum of gender which does not fall under the gender binary, and learn more about the ideas and ways in which we can help those genders and make the global field of global surgery more inclusive. I would now like Ilyana to take the floor and go through it. Thanks. Ilyana?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Manor, for explaining the gender binary. I know it is something that most of us have been like socialized into. Many of us like grew up thinking that gender and sex are interchangeable and that there are only two genders. Other genders were obviously othered and neglected in this very oppressive system. And I believe that it is our responsibility to educate ourselves, to unlearn the gender binary and make room for in our brains and try to shift our frameworks to be inclusive of all genders. And I'll start by taking the concepts of gender apart a little bit here, as you can see on the slide. What we generally mean by gender, like when we ask about someone's gender, like in a survey form, for example, that's your gender identity. Like that's how you identify, and how you identify, that's your reality, that's you. So that's your gender, period. So, you know, if someone's gender identity is something, we respect that as their gender, period. And gender attribution, as the slide says, is how your gender is perceived by others in society and people you interact with. Gender expression is how you want to display your gender, like how you dress, how you talk. And sex assigned at birth, I'll get it more into this the next slide, but that's how the medical community labels you. Next slide, please. And I want to get into this more with this genderbread person. So first, I want to tackle the concept of sex. Sex is biological. Sex is usually assigned at birth by the anatomy of genitalia that we're born with. But something important, and also what we hear, we also determine sex by sex chromosomes that we're born with. So, you know, both genitalia, like anatomical structures, and chromosomal sex can be chromosomes can be used to determine sex. But something important to note here that we rarely talk about is that both anatomical sex and chromosomal sex are not necessarily binary. Some people have genitalia that are not strictly one or the other. And also chromosomes can be XX and XY, as we commonly know, but also there are individuals that exist and have other chromosomal variations like XXY, XYY, XXXY, etc. We are, you know, biological creatures, and there can be many, many variations in terms of sex. And perhaps more importantly, I want to highlight that gender is not the same as sex. I think we are at a point in evolution where if we think with our brains, not our genitalia, and can construct a sense of self and determine our own realities. And what you identify as, you know, whether you identify as a gender, cisgender man, cisgender woman, gender fluid, gender queer, gender non-conforming, transgender man, transgender woman, you know, transgender non-binary, that's your identification, that's your gender, that's your choice. And gender expression, again, is how you express yourself, what clothes you wear, how you speak, how you might display yourself to the world. But also, gender expression doesn't always have to coincide with your gender identity. And I'll get more into this in the next couple of slides, but also sexual and romantic attraction is separate from gender as well. So just wanted to reinforce with this gender-bred person that gender identity is not the same thing as gender expression. Gender is not the same thing as sex. Gender is also not the same thing as sexual orientation or romantic attraction. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is a diagram that I found from the Mayo Clinic, actually. They had a little page on trans care, and they had a nice diagram that I wanted to share that kind of maps out different constructs, I guess, surrounding like the concept of gender. Next slide, please. And we have a little blog post actually on the GEIGS website on this, discussing different terminology and gender inclusivity 101. But I just want to highlight here, so these are concepts that I've already explained a little bit, but I also want to highlight, if people are unfamiliar, gender nonconforming means the person's gender identity differs from what they were assigned at birth. Gender queer is also another term used by, that could be used by someone to express like this range of different gender identities. Non-binary is trans or gender non-conforming person who identifies as neither man or woman, male or female. Next slide, please. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this concept, but trans is, or actually, can you go to the next slide? Because I think I have a diagram describing transgender identity. Yeah, so trans is an umbrella term that's used to describe any individual who might not identify as, you know, whatever sex they were assigned at birth. So under the transgender umbrella, there can be like binary people, gender binary individuals. So like, you know, they can identify as trans man or trans woman as like part of the gender binary. And there are also gender non-binary individuals, and there's a lot of gender identities that fall under that. Next slide, please. And I also want to highlight again that sexuality or sexual attraction or romantic attraction, sexual orientation, that's not the same thing as gender. It doesn't always coincide with your gender. So it might be harmful to assume, you know, based on someone's gender, that they might also be like gay or lesbian. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about pronouns. Using pronouns is important, and I'm sure you've seen this like a little bit on Twitter, and it's really been a movement. But using pronouns is important because it's like a way to give people space around their own gender identity, and like it's giving everyone an opportunity to let you know how to address them instead of you having to assume and like ultimately misgendering them. And you know, the common ones that we see being used are like she, her, hers, he, him, his, and also they, them, their. That's more gender neutral. But next slide, please. But also there are neopronouns, and there's a great variety, which is awesome. And you might, you know, look at this and think that there's a lot, and you know, you might not be familiar with all of these. But it's really a movement to give everyone the autonomy to be able to talk about like what they want to be addressed as. So I think the more neopronouns, the better. Like it just gives people the freedom to express, yeah, their gender identity. But I do want to highlight that, like pronouns doesn't always coincide with the person's gender. So it's not good to assume based on like someone's pronouns. Obviously, like you have to use their pronouns to address them because they ask you to do that, but it's not right to like assume someone's gender based on their pronouns. So yeah, please take initiative in specifying your pronouns in any professional setting to normalize pronoun use. Next, please. Okay, and Manor is now going to take over and talk about why this topic of gender inclusivity is so important in healthcare.
So yeah, I'm talking about why is gender inclusivity so important in healthcare, especially in healthcare. So there are a number of studies have been done which has shown that the transgender people have faced a lot of biases and discrimination. So around 65% of the transgender people have reported discrimination in one or more public accommodation settings in the past 12 months. And out of 19% of the hate violence survivors are transgender people. Moving on, all these violences and all these discriminations lead to a very complicated set of medical needs among the transgender individuals. And studies have shown that 62% of the transgender individuals suffer from depression, 41% have attempted suicide, and 30 and 26% are smoking and drinking alcohol and doing drugs respectively. And also 1 out of 5 people, transgender people, they do not go for the healthcare, or they try to postpone their healthcare because of the fear of the discrimination. Also, a lot of healthcare individuals, they are not well aware about the health issues of the transgender people. And 29% of the studies which were shown, they reported that the transgender people had to like themselves teach their healthcare providers about the transgender health issues. Also, it's important for especially surgeons to know about the needs of transgender healthcare, because most of the gender reaffirming surgery or confirming surgeries are done by the plastic surgeons. So it's very important for us as surgeons or us in the medical field to know about the healthcare issues and the needs of transgender people, and don't try to other them or put them out of the box, and try to be more available for them. Apart from that, the respondents face serious hurdles to accessing health care. 19% of the studies showed like 19% had refusal of care, 28% suffered from harassment and violence in medical settings, and 50% in 50% of the cases, the provider has lack of knowledge about the transgender issues. And all these led to other health vulnerabilities among the trans individuals, which include like 26% had to use alcohol and drugs to cope with the impacts and discriminations which they had to face, and 41% reported attempting suicide. Apart from that, the medical providers who were also unaware of the patient's transgender status, and if they become aware of the status, like the transgender status of the individual, there was an increased discrimination among those patients. Moving on to the next slide. I'm just trying to quickly run through all these stats because we are already late on the time. So last 1.5 week back, we had a transgender awareness week. We did this Twitter hour in which we wanted people to tell us what can we do to have more trans surgeons represented in the surgical task force, because as we are moving ahead and we have more trans medical students and healthcare professionals and surgeons who are coming here, and they are like the true representatives of all the people who fall under the non-binary umbrella. So these are some great resources from where we can learn more about the transgender health and about the organization who have been working for the education and focusing on advocacy and equality for the transgender people. It includes World Professional Association for Transgender Health, GLADS, Human Rights Campaign, campaigns transgender resources, Penn Wayne National Institute, and we also have Transgender Center for Excellence at UCSF. Now I would like to introduce our very nice speakers. Sophie Novia, she's from Brazil. She's a trans activist. She's a member of the state LGBT Health Technical Committee of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. And she's also a member of the Porto Alegre Trans Ambulatory and the Health and the Gender Research Group of Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. We have Ayla here. She's a member of our General Assembly organizing committee, and she will be helping Sophie in translating Portuguese if required anytime. So welcome, Sophie, and I would like Sophie to please take the floor. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen too.
Hi. Oh my God. Ayala. Ayala. I'm so nervous, people. Oh my God. Ayala.
Is Ayla here?
Yes,
posso falar contigo em português?
Oh, I was muted. Eu tava no silencioso e eu não podia tirar.
Tá certo. Tudo bem a gente falar em português assim de boas, daí tu vai me ajudando nesse sentido?
E aí eu vou passando para eles em inglês.
Tá certo, obrigada. Eu não sou fluente em inglês, mas ainda assim eu achei fundamental aceitar esse convite, sobretudo porque é uma conquista muito grande para a minha população, né? Daí eu acho que eu posso fazer minha apresentaçãozinha básica ali e depois daí a gente vai... Tá certo.
Só vai pausando para eu poder passando o que você falou para inglês.
Tudo bem. Good afternoon, guys. I advance and would say that this is my first time lecturing a language other than Brazilian Portuguese. It's a challenge for me. So thank you to everyone who is here. I will be... No. Explica para eles que eu fiz um roteiro.
She made a script, that's a guideline, a script that she's going to follow. And if she needs anything, I'll just add up. Basically, she's already doing my work because she's talking in English, but whatever she needs, I'll just jump up and help. Já passei para eles que você fez o roteiro.
Tá certo. My name is Sophie Novo Fonseca Guerreiro. I am a trans woman, a transvestite, a member of the state's Health Technical Committee for LGBT population, and a member of Trans Ambulatory in Porto Alegre. I specialize at service for the health of the trans people in southern Brazil. I also take part on the research center. Tu vai dizer qualquer coisa, se a minha pronúncia estiver péssima, tu fala ela.
Tá ótimo.
On health and gender at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, and I am intern at the State Health Secretariat in promotion of equity, policies, and health of the Department of Health Actions in Rio Grande do Sul. I'm Brazilian, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be at this moment sharing with you a little bit of my trajectory and also of my experience as a trans Latin woman and health professional, and the country that murdered the trans people in the most in the world. Where do I come from, and what does it mean to be a transvestite? Brazil, as I mentioned, is the leader of the ranking of trans people murders in the world, according to that from Transgender Europe, with 4 times more deaths than the rounded up, a situation that worsened even in the context of pandemic. Tu vai me ajudando, se não ficar...
Não, tá dando para tu entender tudo, tá perfeito.
Tá certo.
She's asking if it's clear her English, but I said we can understand her perfectly, that she's speaking really well.
In Brazil, my life expectancy is only 13.5 years. The life expectancy of trans people is 35 years, according to data from the National Association of Transvestites and Transsexuals, ANTRA, that 90% of trans and transvestite women in Brazil are in a situation of prostitution due to difficulties in accessing fundamental human rights, including the formal labor market, which the vast majority of youth are denied because of bias. E o que seria uma travesti? Né? So what is a transvestite? It represents female transsexuality in American Latin America, and especially in Brazil. It was an important political configuration because it referred to people who not only survive and the country that kills the most, but also resist and flourish in showing the world of our beauty and your femininity that need not be cisgender, let alone within the heteronormative patterns, often fleeing gender stereotypes. I am transvestite, I am transgender woman, and agora eu posso falar em português. Ai, deu para entender? Gente, eu sou brasileira, vocês não reparam, eu não sei falar português. Eu era profissional do sexo, querida. A louca. Tá, mas tudo bem.
She's asking if like her English is clear and if you guys can understand anything, that she's Brazilian and that's why she's having some troubles, but yes, she's speaking really clear. Tá todo mundo te entendendo perfeitamente, você tá maravilhosa.
Eu agradeço demais mesmo essa oportunidade, mesmo com essas dificuldades, porque eu nunca sequer sonhei que eu teria essa oportunidade, né? Eu não sei até que ponto outras pessoas trans brasileiras elas tiveram esse espaço para poder estar dialogando. Eu acho incrível o trabalho de vocês, assim. Se puder ir falando para elas.
She's really thankful for being here and for the invitation, because for us it's a dream. She doesn't know if so many trans people have this opportunity to come and speak internationally. So for her it's a big conquer, like something she really dreamed of, and she really admired GEIGS and all the work of this organization. So she's really happy to be here and really thankful.
Agora eu vou abordar algumas questões que são importantes como pessoa trans e profissional de saúde, pensando na clínica e na questão da abordagem para a cirurgia, assim.
Estão perguntando se você tem algum PowerPoint ou só o script.
Eu montei um PowerPoint, só que ele está em português, porque eu fiquei desesperada.
Você quer compartilhar? Qualquer coisa eu vou falando. Você pode compartilhar o PowerPoint se quiser.
Tá certo. Eu posso compartilhar um vídeo antes, só para introduzir, então?
She will share a video, and I asked if she had any PowerPoint presentation. She said she does, but it's in Portuguese. I said no problem, she can put it and I can translate as the PowerPoint goes on. But first, for introduction, she will share a video, and also she wants to bring the importance of the medical issues and the clinical things related to these aspects. So she will share a video now.
Esse vídeo ele é da ONU e ele é mais introdutório com relação ao porquê da abordagem dos direitos humanos com relação à população LGBT. Como é que eu posso fazer? Tá. Enigma, share computer sound. Ok, share. Daí eu preciso que...
It's an introduction video about all the human rights of the LGBT community. So she will put it now.
Vocês estão conseguindo ver?
Yes.
Tá certo. Escutar também?
Yes. We all can hear it. Mas pode escutar.
What exists in every corner of the world?
Embraced and celebrated in some countries,
but is illegal in 76.
What is hidden for fear of public shame, imprisonment,
torture, or in 7 countries even
the death penalty?
What tears families apart?
What makes people confront brutal violence on a daily basis?
What simple trait
gets people treated as second-class citizens
everywhere they go?
What gets children kicked out of homes, students bullied and expelled from schools,
and workers fired from jobs without warning?
What has existed in every country throughout history,
but some people still consider
abnormal?
The answer? Being gay.
Being lesbian.
bisexual,
transgender. All over the world, millions of people face violence and discrimination just for being who they are.
Every nation is obligated by international human rights law to protect all lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people from torture, discrimination, and violence.
The United Nations has one simple message to the millions of LGBT people around the world.
You are not alone.
You are not alone.
LGBT rights are human rights.
LGBT rights are human rights. Together, we will build a world.
We will build a world that is free and equal.
Eu trago especialmente esse vídeo para a gente poder entender que antes de a gente pensar numa abordagem cirúrgica para a população trans, para a população LGBT, assim, nesse sentido, é fundamental a gente reconhecer que existe todo um processo social de uma LGBTfobia que não se restringe ao Brasil, mas que ela está presente no mundo como um todo.
She's bringing this video also to make us conscious that before doing any surgery or before having a medical perspective, we have to understand all the LGBTQ community suffers so many phobia and so many issues due to not respecting their place, and not just here in Latin America, not just here in Brazil, but also worldwide. So this is something we have all to be conscious that's something we have to change.
Eu estou tentando colocar aqui a apresentação, mas enquanto está carregando a internet aqui, eu vou falando e daí tu vai me ajudando. Então, para a gente poder, vou pegar aqui o roteiro só porque eu estou nervosa demais.
Relaxa, respira. Você está indo super bem.
Um aspecto que é importante de a gente pensar na abordagem da clínica cirúrgica para a população trans é tu entender de onde veio a demanda dessa cirurgia, né? Infelizmente, na nossa sociedade, pode falar até a demanda da cirurgia daí, pode ser?
Tá. She is trying to say that before we understand also the clinical and surgical aspects, we have to understand also the populational demand for these process.
Existe uma cobrança, um estereótipo de gênero muito forte no mundo que acaba submetendo as pessoas a processos de adoecimento em saúde mental, sobretudo por conta dessa cobrança. Se quiser, tu pode ler de acordo com o que eu coloquei ali.
Tá.
No, por exemplo, aqui, ó. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there is a social charge and understanding of the... calma aí que eu me atrapalho com o texto. Eu vou pelo... What she wants to bring also is that unfortunately society has a body concept and a gender concept that excludes so many genders and so many people, and that start to bring also mental health issues for so many people who don't fit on this stereotype that society builds. So this is an issue we also have to fight against.
E nós precisamos desconstruir desconstruir a necessidade que é colocada de reconhecer que mulheres elas precisam ter útero, vagina, vulva para se reconhecerem enquanto mulheres, e homens da mesma forma, ter pênis e essas questões. Então, naturalizar os corpos, desassociando de uma generificação, uma colocação de um gênero num genital, num órgão, isso é um processo inicial importante, assim. Então, basicamente, a gente tem uma estrutura social, essa estrutura social, pode ver de acordo com o que tu for entendendo, para depois explicar.
Eu vou pausar aqui rapidinho, e aí eu vou explicar o que você falou até agora.
Tá.
So, until now, what we need to do is start disrupting this concept of organs, sexual organs with a gender, and that we need to have a vagina or other organs. So we need to start this dissociation of this social concept for us to bring inclusivity. And, ok, você pode continuar porque aí eu continuo a tradução.
Porque a gente precisa, bem como vocês já tinham comentado, identidade de gênero é diferente de sexo biológico, é diferente de expressão de gênero, que é diferente de orientação sexual. E todas elas são construções socioculturais. O gênero diz respeito a um processo de socialização. Ele tem fundamentação genética, a gente tem observado estudos que trazem isso, epigenéticas também, inclusive, mas é muito nesse sentido.
So as Manur and Eliana have brought previously, Sophie is also bringing this concept of having the right terminology, understanding that it's not the same gender from sex, from our birth, what we have on birth, from what we are. So we need to understand all these concepts to bring inclusivity.
Mesmo o sexo biológico, ele é uma construção, uma convenção social. Hoje em dia a gente utiliza a terminologia de que o sexo biológico ele é um mosaico de características que eles, por convenção biomédica, associaram determinados fatores para identificar o macho ou a fêmea da nossa espécie. Mas, para além disso, a gente tem a população intersexo e muitas outras possibilidades que também precisam ser reconhecidas e valorizadas, e isso reflete a diversidade do ser humano. Consegue?
Tá, eu vou tentar traduzir isso de forma tão rica que como você expressou, vai ser difícil, mas eu vou tentar. Sophie, I was telling her that I will try because she gives a description in Portuguese that maybe for me it's hard to translate because she gives a whole content that's really rich content. So I'll try to translate it as well as she said in Portuguese. But even biological sex is a construction of a medical combination, and it's a mosaic. So even that is something that is built by society as a terminology. So we also have to understand that to put it properly and to understand all these factors. Eu não sei se eu consegui traduzir de forma tão rica como você falou, mas eu estou tentando.
Aqui no Brasil, a gente já tem um entendimento a partir da Defensoria Pública da União, que é um órgão de jurisprudência, essa diferenciação do gênero diferente e dissociado do genital, num órgão. Será que vale a pena falar isso?
Posso falar? So here in Brazil, we already have this difference between gender and biological sex. É assim, né? Eu tô tentando traduzir.
O genital, né?
And by genitals.
A jurisprudência é uma conquista recente, mas ela é algo que a gente está tentando publicizar, justamente para as pessoas poderem se sentirem mais à vontade.
It's a recent thing we got here in Brazil by law that we can differentiate gender from genital organs. It's something really recent we got here in Brazil, so it's something really good to talk about.
E na saúde isso é fundamental.
And on health, fundamental.
Sobretudo porque, a partir da análise da demanda desse processo cirúrgico, reconhecendo que a transexualidade ela pode se dar de diferentes formas, tem diferentes demandas, nem todo mundo vai trazer as mesmas necessidades de procedimentos cirúrgicos.
And this is really important also for us as health professionals to understand these things and demands, because people will come from different aspects and different social backgrounds and different situations. So we have to individualize each person as one and understand these characteristics.
E com base em tudo isso, quando vem a demanda e a gente consegue reconhecer na construção do vínculo, na consulta, que essa necessidade ela vem muito numa perspectiva do externo, né, da sociedade, não tanto do indivíduo, às vezes outras propostas terapêuticas são mais interessantes do que uma cirurgia invasiva e irreversível que pode promover danos e que a gente já reconhece, tem alguns estudos que mostram que é importante levar em consideração esse aspecto. Conseguiu?
And also to understand that having a connection with your patient and the person who's coming, once you understand the whole social background of that person and all that this person is going through, you can give a much better results, not only talking about health, but also mental health and not just physical health, because maybe you're giving a surgery to a person that doesn't need that surgery, but it's a really difficult process that you have to be there with that person at that moment and understand what they want and how do they want it and how you can bring the best out of it to this person. So also creating these connections, it will be the best for your patient.
Por exemplo, eu já acompanhei uma paciente, porque eu acompanho o centro cirúrgico que atende pessoas trans aqui no Rio Grande do Sul, que tinha a demanda da cirurgia, mas a gente investigou e verificou que a demanda não era dela. Dessa paciente, sim, ela colocou que ela não tinha necessidade de fazer cirurgia. Ela queria fazer porque a mãe dela colocava como necessário esse aspecto para que ela seja reconhecida e tratada como mulher e como filho. Então, é mais ou menos nesse sentido.
So Sophie is giving an example of a situation that occurred on where she works on Rio Grande do Sul, and that there was this patient that was going to go through surgery, and this patient didn't want surgery. It was her mom who wanted her to go through surgery because thought she needed to have all this surgical process to be recognized as a woman when once she didn't want to go through surgery. So it's also creating this connection with your patient to know what's also could be best to give them.
Outro exemplo também é, por exemplo, com certa frequência a gente se depara com pessoas que acreditam que a cirurgia vai dar um emprego para elas, ou colocam uma expectativa exacerbada em cima de um genital. E daí, nesses pacientes, é fundamental que a gente tenha toda uma abordagem especial nesse sentido de buscar entender qual que é a fonte desse desejo e promover uma assistência multiprofissional com psicólogos, enfim, que possam oferecer um cuidado para essa pessoa entender que o genital é para a qualidade de vida, ele é um aspecto íntimo que é fundamental para algumas pessoas, mas que não vai salvar a tua vida. Tem toda uma questão estrutural para ser pensada junto. Conseguiu entender?
Sim. Other examples, not only that the family can give pressure, but also society. Many people believe that you have to go under surgery to be accepted on work or socially. So also have this connection with your patient and understand their desire and understand where are they at and explain to them, give them support and knowledge and education to understand that sexual organs are personal and bring pleasure, but sometimes you don't need that to have the work you want or anything like that. So you have to give the correct support to your patient.
O processo de cirurgia pode sim melhorar muito a qualidade de vida, especialmente de pessoas que têm essa demanda interna, né? Que tem essa demanda que não é que tem o social, mas não somente. Mas a gente já visualizou em alguns pacientes que, por exemplo, eles fazem a cirurgia, aqui no Brasil tu se espera em torno de 10 anos para tu conseguir fazer, e daí quando tu faz, tu acaba se frustrando e tu se suicida. A gente tem uma taxa interessante, uma taxa complicada. Então, por isso que eu trago a importância de um médico, sim, avaliar muito bem de onde é que vem essa demanda. Porque é legítimo demais quando vem para a qualidade de vida da pessoa e para o bem-estar próprio dela. Mas é fundamental a gente diferenciar quando é o social ou o namorado que está pressionando ou o marido que está dizendo que só vai aceitar a pessoa se ela tiver uma vagina ou a namorada que só vai aceitar o rapaz se ele tiver um pênis.
So, but also understand that yes, surgery can bring awesome results, excellent results if it's what one wants, but giving highlight to the importance of knowing what the patient wants, and not that it's not the husband, it's not the mom, it's not the family, it's not society. Because Sophie was talking that here in Brazil, people sometimes wait 10 years to go under surgery, and once they have it, there are high rates of suicide because they didn't keep up with their expectations. So having this connection with the patient and having this social support, it's really important to prevent these things from occurring, and also knowing who you're talking to, and that desire comes from one and not from others.
Então, e a partir de 2018, né, o CID-11, ele já vem com uma perspectiva importante de a gente despatologizar a transexualidade. A transexualidade não é mais considerada uma doença. Então, na clínica em saúde, é fundamental que a gente não traga demandas de diagnósticos para testar uma característica que é de identidade, bem como qualquer outra característica, porque todo mundo é diferente, né?
And eu não sei se eu fico feliz ou triste, assim, porque eu não acredito que demorou até agora, 2018, para isso acontecer, entendeu? Mas, assim, eu fico feliz que finalmente tiraram esse conceito, porque eu não acredito que se for chegar até 2018 para isso, mas tudo bem, eu vou fazer a tradução. So since 2018, transsexuality is not considered a disease anymore. And I was talking to her that I don't know if that makes me happy or sad, because sad that we took until 2008 to get to this point, but happy that we did. And so it's essential that we have protocols and therapeutical guidelines to accompany this process. Depathologizing, I don't know how to say it, taking out this terminology of disease and giving the fundamentals that the patient needs to have its support on health access. Eu acho que eu traduzi bem.
Então, é importante que a gente não coloque categorias de identidade segundo necessidades cirúrgicas. Por exemplo, mulheres trans não são diferentes é que aqui no Brasil a gente tem muitas, né? Tem travesti, tem mulher trans, tem transgênero, tem várias coisas. E geralmente aqui a gente, antigamente, na saúde se categorizava. A travesti não precisa de cirurgia, a mulher trans precisa. Então, o que eu trago é no sentido de tu dizer que é fundamental que nós, profissionais de saúde, não reforcemos essa patologização a partir da categorização dessas identidades segundo demandas cirúrgicas operatórias. Elas podem vir independente de identidade para qualquer pessoa trans, e é preciso fazer sempre uma avaliação importante. Pega mais essa parte final.
Tá. And especially as health professionals, we have to understand that transsexuality has different forms, and so we can give different support to different forms, and there are different needs to each one. So not everyone needs a surgery, and not everyone needs the same care. So we should understand which care give, depending on, we can give different forms of care to different people. Eu acho que é isso, não é?
Sim, e é importante também entender que não tem como tu pensar na saúde da população LGBT, da saúde da população trans, sem trazer elas para a mesa, sem trazer elas para discutir e falar junto a respeito de quais são as demandas e a forma como precisa ser tratada. Tu pode usar o exemplo do tipo, não tem como abordar a saúde da mulher sem conversar com a mulher qual que é o melhor método para ela. Não tem como promover um cuidado com os povos indígenas, que aqui no Brasil a gente tem muito nesse sentido, sem a gente reconhecer a multiplicidade de culturas, de povos, que são povos, né, para estar discutindo e estar mostrando para nós o que é necessário. Então, daí essa parte depois eu complemento, pode ser?
And something that's really important is to understand that we can't give care if we don't bring people to talk about it, people who pass through these process. We can't give healthcare to transgender people if we don't bring them to talk about it and if we don't understand the needs. So also was making the example of we can't talk about health care for women if we don't bring women to table to talk about their needs. So the same thing with transgender people, we need to have them inside our committees and inside our organizations also to understand their needs. And as the same as the patient, we can say I will give this health care for this patient if I don't ask what they want and what they need. It has to be inclusivity.
É colocada uma responsabilidade, imagina, é colocada uma responsabilidade muito grande nos estudantes de medicina, nos médicos. Mas é fundamental, eu fico falando fundamental, é importante, mas aí vai vendo. Mas é importante que vocês entendam que vocês não estão sozinhos. A saúde ela pode ser feita de diversas formas e como aqui em Porto Alegre a gente faz, no Brasil a gente tem feito, trazer o movimento social, trazer referências para estar ali auxiliando nas consultas. Por exemplo, tem um coletivo de famílias, de mães de LGBTs que precisa de alguma abordagem familiar, está ali nos auxiliando. Então, dividir essa responsabilidade, esse peso que acaba ficando muito em cima de vocês, de nós profissionais de saúde, como, por exemplo, o que eu faço ali no ambulatório ou nos serviços. Eu acompanho muitas pessoas em situação de rua, indígenas, pessoas trans, pessoas LGBT, nessa perspectiva de promover um cuidado ampliado, sabe? Por exemplo, eu sou ex-profissional do sexo, porque eu fui expulsa de casa e precisei sobreviver, e aqui a gente sabe como é que funciona. Porque no Brasil é muito difícil. E daí eu consigo lidar muito bem com as profissionais do sexo, sabe? Muitas vezes os pacientes, eu vou falando depois qualquer coisa eu repito, tá? Muitas vezes os pacientes nas consultas com os médicos, eles não se sentem confortáveis para falar a respeito de algumas questões mais específicas, eles me reportam, eles preferem consultar comigo, que sou uma pessoa trans, e depois daí a gente faz esse intercâmbio com o médico, justamente porque tem uma barreira muito grande, né? É uma população que tem dificuldade para acessar direitos humanos fundamentais. Precisar, eu repito.
Tá, eu vou tentar, vamos ver se vai, qualquer coisa eu te peço para repetir, mas a gente também só tem 5 minutos, então, mas eu acho que já tá terminando.
Sim.
Tá. And one suggestion to how to break these barriers is that Sophie believed that there's a lot of pressure on medical students to solve some kind of problems when it's actually the whole society who has to be in this together. So for us to break barriers and promote awareness, we have to bring many people from society and many aspects from society. Also for identification, because as Sophie was saying, the whole process, she was expelled from her house and she had to pass through difficult situations, and she became a sex professional, and people, a lot of patients can identify with her and can be more open to that. So for us to open and promote access and promote awareness, we have to bring a lot of people and a lot of elements of society, and don't exclude anyone, and be as open as we can, and create this connection support in society.
O cuidado não precisa ser feito sozinho, né? A gente pode sim conversar e pedir ajuda.
We don't have to do anything of this alone. We can ask for help and do this together.
Quantas pessoas trans vocês já tiveram que eram colegas de trabalho? Quantas pessoas trans já fizeram palestras para vocês? Eu espero que eu não seja a primeira e também não seja a última, né? Porque só eu não dou conta. Mas com quantas pessoas vocês estão acostumados a socializar? Aqui no Brasil, muitas vezes eu sou a primeira em tudo, ou na maior parte das coisas, e eu não quero isso. Eu quero que todas também tenham oportunidade. Então, trazer as pessoas é fundamental para os espaços, para a socialização, para humanizar e naturalizar as existências que são diferentes, mas que também são naturais e devem ser respeitadas.
The steps for understanding and making this more natural and making this more inclusive is bringing people to talk. One question she made was, how many of us give a hug on a transgender person, or we have on our schools or universities or even on our work, or know surgeons that are trans So that's a question that she made, and she bring the awareness that many times in Brazil she's the first one, and she doesn't want that. Sophie wants as many people to be included and for everyone to be together, and this be a normal thing and a natural thing, because it is natural. So she is grateful to be here, as she said, but she hopes she's not the first one.
E daí só alguns tópicos que eu vou comentar rapidinho para a gente finalizar, que são importantes com base na minha experiência com os pacientes no Brasil.
And to finalize, because we're already running out of time, she will just share some experience she had with some patients in Brazil.
O banheiro, o nome social, ele é fundamental, né? Não sei se são todos os países que têm facilitação para isso. Aqui no Brasil a gente conseguiu desde 2018, mas tu oportunizar que a pessoa ela consiga ser respeitada pelo nome, é tu oferecer dignidade humana básica, e daí tu potencializar o vínculo e fortalecer o cuidado.
So since 2008, the name the person wants to be called for is respected, and this is also a great way to create connections and to bring to promote these aspects.
Outra coisa além da dignidade humana básica, o banheiro pode ser banal para muitas pessoas, chega a ser bizarro isso, mas para a população trans muitas vezes é difícil acessar o banheiro, porque elas são xingadas, humilhadas. Então, tu sinalizar no banheiro, para além do símbolo básico, colocar uma plaquinha, esse banheiro é adequado para todas as pessoas daquele gênero, isso é fundamental. Aqui no Brasil é um problema muito grande. Eu coordenava núcleo de convivência de pessoas trans aqui, e eu perguntava qual que é a demanda que vocês querem que eu traga para as pessoas, os profissionais de saúde da gestão. E o banheiro sempre era um dos maiores problemas.
So another thing that for us can be, we don't be conscious sometimes, is the bathroom. That the bathroom sometimes can be a really difficult problem, because besides the male-female sign, also to be more inclusive even in this aspect, because for a long time it has been really hard to deal with it, and for us can be something that we don't relate, but it is something, it has to be brought up to talk about and to solve this problem.
O banheiro neutro é uma alternativa, mas ele não pode ser a única, especialmente se ele for acabar segregando e exotificando ainda mais as pessoas.
The neutral bathroom is a solution, but it shouldn't be the only one. We should think of other solutions to be more inclusive on this aspect.
Além da despatologização do banheiro, a ambientação é importante. Aqui no Brasil a gente está tão acostumado sempre a ter dificuldade para entrar nos lugares e ser respeitado. Eu até vou mandar um vídeo da ONU para ti, depois de repente tu compartilha com o pessoal. Mas aqui a gente está tão acostumado a não se sentir acolhido nos espaços, que só o fato de ter uma bandeirinha da LGBT, ou mostrar que aquele espaço ele é favorável para a população trans, isso já favorece muito, isso já é um ganho muito importante.
And how we, it's not decorate, but how we put the elements on this bathroom, because maybe putting a flag of inclusivity could also bring so much comfort, and people can feel more relatable and more comfortable to be there and more representative.
Então, eu acho que a gente está avançado no tempo. Eu peço desculpa por eu não ter falado inglês, daí se tu puder falar isso para eles também. Tipo, eu peço desculpa por eu não ter me sentido segura para falar inglês, mas eu agradeço muito a Ayla, agradeço muito vocês pela oportunidade. Eu espero que seja o início para que outras pessoas também possam estar usufruindo, estar conversando com vocês nesse sentido. É a realização de um sonho, porque eu nunca achei que eu fosse conseguir algo assim, né?
Sophia is thanking again so much for being here, and wishing she's not only the first to bring these topics here, that this is just a beginning of something, that this is a dream come true for her, and also saying that she apologized for not speaking in English because she didn't feel comfortable, but she's thankful for us to being here, supportive and understanding, and just really thankful for this dream come true, that this is the beginning of something really big.
Eu me coloco à disposição sempre para o que precisar. Vocês vão ver que eu faço palestra para estudantes de medicina à torta direita para o Brasil inteiro, mas fora disso é meio difícil. Meio difícil não, minha primeira vez. Tá, corta. Deixa eu repetir. Eu agradeço muito novamente, eu me boto à disposição para o que precisar. Eu vou deixar disponível o meu WhatsApp e o meu Instagram para caso alguém queira entrar em contato, precise de qualquer coisa. E eu acredito que seja isso. E muito, muito, muito obrigada mesmo pela oportunidade. Eu vou colocar aqui os meus dados.
Sophie is so thankful and putting herself available for anything we need, any questions. She'll put her social media and WhatsApp for whatever questions we have or for whatever we need. A rock star, such a queen. Thank you so much. Obrigada, Sophie.
Obrigada mesmo. Me desculpa, gente. Nossa senhora, eu fiquei nervosa. Não, vocês são, assim, ó, eu fico muito honrada, de verdade. Eu não vou me alongar muito, porque eu sei que deve estar cansada, né? Mas, assim, precisou, chama. Eu acredito que tenha sido a FMSA Brasil que me indicou, porque eu faço palestra para eles. Semana que vem eu vou fazer 2 aqui no Brasil. A Letícia. Tu é da FMSA Brasil também?
Uhum.
Vocês são maravilhosos, vocês estão no meu coração, assim, a FMSA Brasil, eu amo vocês, entendeu? Me chama que eu vou, querida. Então tá, um beijo, vocês são maravilhosos, I love you so much, thank you por tudo e desculpa qualquer coisa.
Thank you so much, Sophie, for joining us today and for your beautiful speech and for sharing your experiences and also your knowledge on trans advocacy. And thank you, Ayla, so much for being a champion and translating so effectively. That was really inspiring, and I think that I learned a lot just from this one session. So thank you so much, Sophie. And I really hope that we can collaborate further in the future, you and the Gender Equity Organization, to promote gender inclusivity in our space and in using the platform that we have. Thank you for accepting our invitation, even though we so abruptly reached out to you on Instagram. We've just been following you and your work and have just been really inspired. Thank you.
Ayala, eu vou deixar um drive com produções de pessoas trans e o material que disponibiliza para o pessoal da FMSA aqui no Brasil. Daí, se quiser, pode mandar para eles. Pode ser, te mando no WhatsApp. Certinho? Eu vou indo aqui. Tchau, obrigada. Desculpa qualquer coisa, tô ficando louca. Um beijo. Vou só avisar eles, pode ser? Eu vou mandar para ti agora. Tudo bem?
Great. Bye, thank you. Sorry, I was just unmuting myself. Well, hi everyone. Thank you all for joining. We just finished up our gender inclusivity session. So thank you for all joining. The next session will be our regional, led by our regional liaisons, but it'll be a regional conversation. So I just wanted to see if our session moderators had anything to say at this moment. I'll leave the mic to them, but the easiest way we thought would be for you all to get into your region-specific breakout rooms would be actually changing your names to the top of your name, not the end, to say, so you go to the top of your screen, your video, and you say rename. There's like 3 dots at the top of your video. When you click rename, you might have already done this because you were adding your pronouns. At the start of your name, you would add Afro or Euro. I'm gonna add Afro just for jokes. So right here, I've changed my name and it'll make it so easy for us to assign you to those breakout rooms. So whichever group that you want to go into, Afro or Euro, please change your name so Eliana will be able to make the breakout rooms as fast as possible. Wow, amazing. I can see everyone changing their names. And are our moderators wanting to speak at all? Dramil, yeah, do you feel free to unmute yourself.
Yeah, oh, thank you for unmuting me. So now, as Nancy said, we will be breaking out to our own regional sessions for two regions, for Afro and Euro. For the rest of you guys, we will have your regional sessions on the second day of the General Assembly. Your regional liaisons were really considerate and picked up the best time for you guys. So we will be having that on the second day. And for those guys who are from Euro and Afro, we will break out into our respective sessions and then we'll take it from there.
Perfect. Can I just add on that this is the final session of the day? So we are going into these two breakout rooms and that we won't be returning here. And we hope to see as many of you as possible next weekend, next Sunday, for the second day of the General Assembly. So thank you so much to everybody who have joined today so far. It's been so exciting to see this community come together for the first GEIGS General Assembly. And I'm excited now to see the regional sessions, which is also a first ever. So yeah, back to you, Dromo. Sorry for that.
No, thank you so much. So I think now we can break out into our respective rooms.
I'm actually going to switch my name, Eliana, just so you know. All right, I will see you all in there. If you've joined already, if you haven't, it's great.
Now, please remember to change your names because otherwise I wouldn't know where to assign you.
Any help needed, Eliana?
No, I just have several people that haven't changed their names. That's all. Oh, Zainab, duh, Euro.
I'm in Euro, is that right?
Oh, whoops, sorry. I'm moving you to Euro.
Thank you. All right, I'll join. Let me know if you need any help.
Okay, so I'll stay in the main room and see if anyone comes in through waiting room.
Sure, perfect.
Okay. So for anyone who's still here, well, okay, great. Thank you for changing your names. So you can either change your name to Afro or Euro based on which region you are.
Oh, everyone has minute takers. I'm not gonna bother. Okay, goodbye. Eliana, quick thing. You put a timer on the breakout rooms. So at the end of the timer, don't close the breakout rooms because it says.
Yeah, I think that was an automatic setting. Sorry. Oh no. Okay, I just won't.
You can broadcast and say, "Hey everyone, there's a broadcast to all." Do you see that option?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey everyone, the timer is on, but disregard it. It was by mistake. You can keep going or something like that. I'm gonna join Euro back, but I shall see you. Any questions before I go?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Toodles moodles.
Bye. Hi, Janet. Oh, I'll assign you to Afro. Thank you.